Hello, everyone. Hope you're doing well. Hopefully, everything's good. It's time once again for a tech talk, and I gotta say, I'm still pretty ill. So, we're recording this on Saturday instead of Friday, just because yesterday there was no way I could have done this tech talk. But yeah, still pretty ill, so might take a little bit of time to get through everything. Might take a bit of time to push through stuff, but it should be okay. Gameplay wise, we're gonna just be doing the event, so we'll be chilling in the naval side of things. Nice to see you, Holy Rune. And as usual, the tech talk is something where we go through the comments of the last week. So the comments of the tech talk. So if you have something that you want chatted about, make sure to put them in the comments of the video, so we can kind of push from that and have a bit of fun. Hopefully your Christmas was good. Mine was very good. It was nice seeing everybody, saw the in-laws and saw some mates, and everybody seemed to be doing pretty good. And then, yeah, I got a flu and haven't really been right for about 3 or 4 days. I had so many different plans for the last few days, doing like hopes, predictions, some recaps and stuff like that, but we're gonna have to wait until probably next week to do them because I'm just not fully there. Like my good old brain isn't functioning properly, and then also at the same time I'm just not feeling very well. So it's just one of those things, that happens. You just got to get on with it. Been able to do a few things, but yeah, next week we'll do past the developers stuff, and we'll do some of the other stuff that we talked about. That'll be nice. So don't worry, we'll get back to normal programming pretty soon, as we do. Nice to see you, Juan. Nice to see you too, Zermace. Happy pre-New Year's. But no, I'm not at 100%. I'm slightly better than I was the last few days, but you can probably still tell from my voice I'm not fully ready yet. So hopefully we can get it done. So let's go through the comments. First of all, we have Karam Chant with the pinned comments. As always, thank you for the timestamps. It's very kind of you, and incredibly kind, giving up your time for doing this every week. So thank you very much. Then we have House of Schmidt. High Tech, thanks for doing these. They're fun even if we disagree. Well, it'd be kind of boring if we agreed on everything. I feel like for me it would be impossible to agree with everything since there's so many varying opinions all over the place. But yeah, it would be. I feel like if I just sat here and just went, oh yeah, that sounds good, I feel like it would be kind of boring. Do you think there will ever be a combined arms game mode, including air, tanks, naval, etc., or is the balancing for this impossible? The balancing it for it isn't impossible. The only issue with it is you wouldn't be able to do it by BR. The way that you would make a mode like that work is you would use the ground simulator thing. So basically, what you would do is you would remove the ability for players to be able to bring in the specific vehicles they want, and instead do it by, okay, these are the ones that are available, you can bring them in. Because I honestly think when you have a look at naval, because naval's the kind of odd one, right? Because the problem with naval is like ground vehicles can't do anything against naval vehicles in the blue water sense. Like even the worst destroyer can just annihilate the highest end MBT or light tank. So it just doesn't work very well as like two things coming together. So I think when you look at it, you'd have to massively limit the amount of vehicles that would be available in it, and you'd have to limit it to stuff like coastal boats, and then also a few other things which could be attacked by the stuff on the ground. The other thing is like capture points, right? So you could easily do a system where you have like 3 capture zones, two are for tanks, then one is for naval, and then you could have people fighting over each. But getting people to go in both sets of things would probably be pretty tough to do. And at the end of the day, air would just kind of dominate everything anyway. Or at least when it comes to the killing fields. So I'm not entirely sure if they'll ever actually do it, apart from maybe like an event. I don't think it'll ever be a standard game mode. But can it be done? I mean, yeah, of course. Like, you just... The problem with a lot of these game modes and a lot of these ideas is you have to massively limit player choice. And limiting player choice is something that is always a factor when these decisions come in, and it's usually a factor you want to try and stay away from as much as possible, because the more you limit, the less of a player pool you have. And if you have other game modes which don't limit people, then of course they'll just go for those, and it means that that game mode won't do anything to start with. It's why, you know, if you look at all of the game modes which are super limited compared to the ones which aren't, the ones which are not super limited are way more popular than the other ones. And usually the reason why the other game modes are limited is because of some kind of arbitrary reason, whether it be competitive wise or whether it be balance wise. And it's usually because of the balance wise. So in the form of like the ranked stuff or the competitive stuff, it's to try and make it, you know, kind of a fair battlefield for all. But for Simulator, the reason why it was limited for the longest time is because they just didn't have a big enough player base to be able to fill out the VR brackets. So it's just kind of how it goes, and it sucks. But could it happen? Yeah, of course. The question is, do you think it would be fulfilling? Do you think people would get more out of it if it is added into the game? Like, do you think a game mode where naval, ground, and aviation all come together, do you think that's something that people yearn for? I know it's something that I've seen a few people bring up, but the vast majority of the people in the game don't even play naval. So, like, the idea that they would want a game mode where they would be even more hampered because they don't have the vehicles to play in it, like, does that sound like a good idea? I don't think so. Hey, Gingerbread, nice to see you. Thank you for the subscription. 69 eyes. Thank you for continuing to support the channel. It's very much appreciated. Thank you very much, man. But nice to see you. I've had a pretty busy end of the year myself, so I can definitely sympathize. Hopefully we can get a little bit more time and respite in the next year, and I'm sure we will. Look after yourself. Hopefully you have a good new year, man. Nice to see you, Spursy. Hopefully you're doing good. I would go for the GR7 personally, just because I prefer stuff with a little bit of offense instead of just bomb trucks. Tornadoes have been really weak in the game. Like, they're pretty crap compared to anything else in their area, and it just kind of sucks because once again they got the British treatment, where it was like, okay, these guys get cool stuff, these guys get crap. It's just how it is. But no, the balancing is not impossible for a game mode like that. You just have to be super... You just have to be really... You just have to put in so many rules that you will put off so many people to do it. So we have the Real Avenger. Hello, TEC. Hope you're doing well. I've been better, but I'm alive, and that's the main thing. I don't have any questions as of now. I've been getting into naval lately. I bought the Arkansas and the Helena since they're on sale. I've had lots of fun. I'm looking forward to the future of the battleships in the game. Fast battleships like the North Carolina class, South Dakota, Bismarck, and Yamato will definitely be fun ones to play whenever they get added. I mean, yeah, I think I talk for everybody when I say the best vehicles in the game will be fun when they get added. Like, usually, yeah, it's like whenever the F-22 gets added, it'll be really fun because it'll be broken as fuck. But but yeah, I get the sentiment. Like, luckily in naval, when it comes to like the matchmaking stuff, you don't have as many elements of matchmaking. So, for example, you don't have nations versus nations, so you don't have to balance as much compared to what you have in other areas of the game. So that's good. And yeah, all those battleships will be really fun. The real question I've always had, and never really got an answer because I don't think there is one. I think it's more, the only answer is like more modern things, but that's not as interesting. Nice to see you stay lifted. Hopefully you're doing good. Yeah, I'm not as sick today. I'm more burning it out, but yeah, I'm still not 100%. The thing about it, the thing about it is pretty simple. If you add those machines into the game, then where do they go from there? So once they add in all the big bangers, what do they do? And this is something that Ground has kind of run into for a while now, where they've added in like all of the kind of high tier MBTs for the longest time, and now they're just adding variant upon variant upon variant of them, and you can see that every time they add one, people just get more and more annoyed at the fact that they see them as if they've been modeled wrong, even though, you know, it's not exactly, well, it's a debate topic, let's put it like that. But because you have like these different ones, even though they're the same, they now have to bring in like artificial rules to make them different. So for example, at rank 8, you have more chemical protection, so therefore they need stock APFS DS. Even though at rank 7, which most of the machines that face the rank 8s are at, they don't get stock APFS DS, even though they face these machines. So you have to keep coming up with like arbitrary rules to make vehicles different from each other. And the real question is, with these like battleships, once they have added them in, like, do you just add other variants of it? Do you think people will be most interested in that? Or is it better just kind of only add one a year, so therefore naval has a lot more longevity to it? It's hard to work out, you know? And I'm sure they'll have all the calculations, and I'm sure they'll have all of the things thought out and how they're doing it. But it's just an interesting kind of thought experiment. Because if they add them all at once, all you guys, oh wow, guided missile destroyers, woohoo! Isn't that really interesting? You sit there and click a button, or how's that gonna go? And also, what happens to all the premiums that people bought? Because they're just gonna get annihilated by these things. It's interesting to think about, right? Thank you for the Prime subscription, Perfect Potato. Thank you for supporting the channel. It's very much appreciated. Thank you very much. Is the PO2 worth it on the marketplace for the fun times? How much is it? I think the Mirage will go for about 20 bucks at most. I've seen absolutely nobody talking about that Mirage. It seems like it's in a minor nation, which, you know, not a ton of people play anyway, even though they have some very good jets right now. Hey, feels Batman, nice to see you. Also, it's basically the same as something that's already in the tech tree, and it doesn't get premium bonuses. $5? I mean, fair. Like, you'll never, I don't think you'll ever use the PO2, but it's a nice collector's item to have. So we have Jet Navigator. Hello, Tech. Thanks for the many videos. Anytime. The last round of map changes are the straw that broke the camel's back for me. It's become too tedious now, and all my mates have stopped playing too. After years of playing, reduced variety is the last thing we want. Yeah, I get you. I've been playing a lot of Ground recently. The aviation ones I'm kind of fine with, because, you know, the aviation ones, a lot of the varieties and the playstyle, but in Ground, like, every map is just, and I've been playing the Sprut a lot, which, you know, you may have noticed from the video highlights that I've been using, and the Sprut's been taking a while to spade. I'm on the last modification now, but one thing really has to be kind of hammered out. Every map feels the same at those tiers now, because first of all you have all the premiums which are around the place, which is kind of a constant at those BRs, but the main issue with it is every single map now is just a pigeonholed like mess. So it has like one or two corridors. Whoever has the more mobile vehicles, whoever has the better computer and ping to start with, rushes the meta areas, and then you just have to try and dig them out, and you have to get lucky with either them missing shots, or you have to hope that they don't have an ally next to them, or you just lose. And it sucks because it means that every game like boils down to like one or two engagements. And I know that before this was the case too, but at least before there was a chance of flanking, there was a chance of trying to counter those positions in different areas. And now, since so many people have complained about spawn camping, you now have the wonderful opposite issue. And the opposite issue with spawn camping is the fact that everything is just now one lane, and you now have to fight in that lane. And if you have a vehicle that isn't meta, that isn't like the thing that's a banger to go after everything else, and you just have a vehicle that isn't fully spaded, that is maybe slightly different to the norm, and you want to shift from the meta slightly, you can't. Because you will just run into people who are, because they just want to win. And once again, this is something that used to happen previously, but it is not something that was as bad as it is now. And I'm kind of bored with this idea of trying to fix an issue that didn't need to be fixed. Like, there was no need to fix it. For me, like, this is a direct response of, first of all, number one, competitive players wanting to dominate maps more by basically going into squads, covering a certain area of the map, and wanting that area of the map to only be the area where people fight. And because of that, basically making it so there's only one area where they can fight at. It's the same argument as the small maps in air, as we've talked about before. And then the other one is people being sick of spawn camping because they don't know how to counter spawn camping positions. Or because they don't know when a game's lost and sometimes you need to move on. So now we just have maps which are just lanes, you know. It's basically just Clash of Kings or whatever the game name is. Like, the one where you have, like, 2 lanes, and then you have to, like, plump things on each side. Hey, Funtime Baby, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing good. And it does suck, but at the same time, hopefully now that we have, I suppose, what would be classed as more standard maps, hopefully now they get a little bit more, Clash Royale, that's the one. Hopefully they get more experimental with some newer maps, and yes, people won't like them because fucking the biggest crime the biggest crime of gamers in general, and I don't usually collectivize things, but after being around gaming for like 15 to 20 years now, the biggest problem with gamers is that if anything changes, it's seen as a negative. Even if the change is positive, like with the CS2 stuff and with, you know, everything becoming crisper, everything becoming better, because people got used to the previous thing, they don't like the new thing. And sometimes that's why it's very hard to work out whether we should be worried about the new thing or not, because no matter what happens, people complain. And you see this a lot in, like, you know, obviously War Thunder and pretty much everywhere else. But for me, when I look at War Thunder, and when I look at like a lot of other stuff, I think many of the changes that are made in the game now are becoming very, very reactive to what a very small amount of people are saying on stuff like the forums and on areas like that. And we've seen this because of like the responses on the forums and also in news posts about these things, like the IR guided missiles, like the man pads, the Abrams stuff, even more recently, some of the map things, and all of these posts where they basically go, hey guys, hi, we hear you, and everything's good, and everything's awesome. And this is why we're doing the thing. And then they just set fire to a bunch of more stuff. I get your point, but CS2 is a bit of a bad example here. No, it isn't. CS2 at its launch is in such a better position than Counter-Strike or CS:GO was in even like the first few years of its existence. Like the actual like level that CS2 is at its foundation is like leaps and bounds ahead of where CS:GO was for many years. Like it's an insanely good position compared to what it was previously. Like it's nuts. Which at the end of the day, you know, people are gonna compare it to what CS:GO eventually became. But just go and have a look at early CS:GO and what it was like. It was absolutely awful. Hey Eeks, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing alright today. Yeah, we're hitting people with the SKR because I'm ill and I want to sort stuff out. You're not talking about the foundation. I'm talking not even private lobbies working on launch. It's in beta, in an open beta, so it's just how it is. Like the issue is that people have is that it's not labeled the right thing. Who cares about private lobbies? Hey Vanko, nice to see you. Alright, let's see. Well, I'm pretty sure nowadays you are able to set up private lobbies. But at the same time, these things get fixed pretty easily, which is good. But I honestly think people just don't remember how bad certain things were in games. Like just go and have a look at like early CS or 1.6 or Go. It's just nuts. It's absolutely crazy. But yeah, anyway, like it happens in Dota all the time too, and it happens in many other areas. Like, so it's just a lot of reactionary stuff, and it sucks. Hopefully, at some point it changes, but we'll see. Like, they can only go on stats and what people play. The main thing right now is so much of the game is based around stats now, that I think in general it's just whatever they say it will go, so we'll see what goes on at the end of the day. So we have Timothy Bacchus. I like the idea of mines in pre-marked areas on the map, not placed by players, but to make certain parts of the map more risky to go through, shifting the meta spots and flow of the map. No, like what's the point? Like, hey, so in this random area where most of the time you go, I'm just gonna randomly put mines in random places, and you might pop randomly. No. Why? As we've talked about many times, you don't need to force things to exist. Just don't. It just doesn't need to exist. One of the criminal issues that War Thunder has is this idea of constant, rampant expansion. This idea that we always have to add more stuff. We always have to keep, you know, getting bigger and bigger and bigger, trying more things, trying different things. You know, reinventing the wheel, modifications, mechanics, all of it, all the time. Go, 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 go. More expansion. And every year we get more and more and more stuff when it comes to War Thunder. And a lot of it is alright. 95% of it usually works pretty well. The new RWR stuff, Really cool. New radar stuff. Pretty cool too. You know, way that countermeasures work. Pretty nice. Stock countermeasures, stock APFSDS. You know, the way that LWS is run right now. The new radio messages. All these things. Very positive. And then you have drones that just fundamentally break parts of the game for 6 months. Then you have the F-14 added with a new mechanic, active radar homing missiles, literally added to the game at a point where it broke the game for a year because they added a movie, or sorry, because a movie came out and they wanted to capitalize on the hype of the movie. It was worth breaking top tier for a whole year. A whole year. Because of Top Gun 2 Maverick, or whatever it was called. So yeah, sometimes, like, you know, just like if you're at the party and you've already, like, had a few drinks and one of your mates is sat there and they've got, like, a little pill and, like, hey, do you want to take it to the next level? Sometimes it's okay to say no. I remember watching this hilarious video in school where it was about a guy who took E at a party. The first dude, like, his brain swelled because he thought he was dehydrated, so he kept drinking water, and then it swelled his brain, and there was too much liquid, and he died. Very sad. Don't know if it was based on a true story, but I'm sure it happened at some point. The funnier one, though, was this one where this kid had got hopped up on something. I think it was either E or MDMA or something, and he went to an electrical plant because that's just a normal thing that teenagers do, and he decided because he was under the influence of illicit drugs that he would jump onto a transformer and he would blow up. So yeah, it was a very odd way of teaching teenagers not to do drugs, because a lot of people looked at it and went, well, that was kind of funny. So some people with malicious minds were like, shit, maybe I should give it to my friends, because then they might do something funny. Like, sometimes teenagers aren't good with the whole consequences thing, you know. But yeah, a bit of an odd one. Yeah, mine's are just extra inconveniences. Do you want more things that are just sat around the map that can randomly kill you that you have no control over? Do you want, like... Do you want random, like, SAM systems on ground maps that can just pop you for no apparent reason and you didn't know existed? Do you want, like... Do you want more AI or more RNG stuff added to the game that just randomly kills you and you cannot do anything about it? Because there's already a ton of it. More... I get why people would want more, because it means that if they're not very skilled or whatever, they can randomly get kills and feel great about themselves. But at the same time, it just feels awful. It's not a fun feeling just getting bonked over and over again. And we have Maxwell. Hello Tech, love the tech talks. Hopefully you have a good year, Maxwell. Ooh. Hey Manuel, nice to see you. Yeah, I'm definitely getting better. Still not 100%, but I'm sweating a lot now, so my body's burning it out, which is good. I want to say that I played the AMX-74 and fell in love with it, and to think that some people said it was mid or bad. Whoever did is fake and gay. Then I got the AMX-13 FL10 and fell for it as well. Problem is I skipped the 6 OTDs and only have the 2 and the 5.3 and 5.7 tanks with them. I honestly always wanted one of those fast auto-loading French tanks, so I kind of rushed for it. Don't want to play the M6B1 because I already have it in the American tree, and I don't want to stop grind it again because it starts slow. The Lorraine and ELC worth it. Also, should I bother with the M26? No, it's 6.7. I haven't played the one in the American tree since I got there. I generally don't really want to grind copy and paste tanks that have bad stock if they're in another tree. So number one is the Lorraine is quite fun because it has good speed and a decent gun. The major issue with the Lorraine is its reload. Its reload is pretty long, which kind of sucks. But it's not the end of the world. It can be used to great effect and can be pretty powerful. The ELC, I've never seen anybody do well in it. I don't know why they never gave it scouting. It seems like a perfect opportunity for scouting. It's got a limited turret and a heat shell that doesn't do a ton of damage. So for me, it's not in a great place. Wouldn't bother with the M26. The M36 is good, but yeah, I get the issue with the stock grind thing. The M26 is not better now. It's at 6.7. It's worse. I don't know who at the Guardian office has decided that the M26 must suffer a long and painful death in War Thunder, but whoever it is, like, I salute you. You've been able to do it for many years, and you continue to do it to this day. Hey Baratax, nice to see you. I'm doing okay. I think I'm on the mend. But still a long way to go. Hopefully I can get some good sleep tonight. But yeah, I would just continue with the autoloaders. There's a weird thing with France, and it isn't an issue with the French tech tree. It's an issue with a lot of the players who are very vocal about it. I think out of all of the nation mains that exist, apart from maybe the Italians, the ones that need to be listened to the least, and I don't think any nation main should ever be listened to anyway, but I mean like the worst of the worst that I've ever heard are the French. The French, like, players who are vocal on the forums and are vocal in many different areas, are some of the most odd people I've ever met. Like, the vast majority of them always talk about how hard done by they are and how, you know, everything is terrible in War Thunder and how their life is just awful and how everything is just awful. I don't know what, like, leads them to France as a nation with this mindset, but it is honestly quite draining to deal with. Every time a new French vehicle comes out, every time, like, I get told the same stuff. Oh, it's bad. Oh, it's missing this. It's missing that. It isn't meta-defining. It's crap. It doesn't work. It needs more stuff. Give it its mega missiles. Give it its mega rounds. Should have a better reload. Should have better mobility. And every time I play that bloody vehicle, it feels really nice. It happened with the Mirage 3C, the Mirage 3E, the Mirage 5F, the F1C, also the Leclerc, the AMX 32, all of the autoloading French stuff. Most of the French tech tree is fine. The French naval stuff is pretty good. Actually, it's very good, very fun to play. So it's just like, what the hell is going on? Like, France, its rank 1 for ground is absolutely abysmal. It's terrible. Absolutely terrible. Also, like, when it comes to aviation, their rank 1 and 2 is pretty naff. And also their rank 3 is not the best, and it's mainly American. So, also not great. Their naval is fantastic. It's really, really good. If you haven't played the naval, I highly recommend it. So, it's just so confusing. Like, I don't know if it's just like people who played like the start of it and then just haven't touched the rest of it. But by the time you get to like rank 4 or rank 3, the nations feel very, very good. And then France has a lot of dud jets, like, to start with. But at least they now have secondary roles as CAS, most of them, which is at least decent. And because they have added like the Mirage 2000s and the Mirage 3s and stuff, they now actually have some pretty banger jets as well to look forward to, unlike some nations. So it's just super confusing. Like, I don't get it. I feel like when I think about, like, gaslighting in War Thunder, and there's a lot of gaslighting in War Thunder, especially from people who just play, like, one or two nations. Like, by the way, if anybody ever starts, like, talking about a nation, and they start the sentence as a nation main, completely disregard every single word they're about to say. It is a complete waste of time. They're going to be biased as all hell towards or against whatever they're dealing with. And it's going to be it's brain rot, I think is probably the way to put it. It is straight brain rot you're going to deal with. Like, you're just gonna be sat there, and you're gonna, like, hear some of the most crazy things you've ever heard, and then you're gonna counter with something, and then they're just gonna say something even more crazy, and then they're just gonna go, yeah, but that's just my opinion, bro, or, well, you need to play it to find out, and then you go, well, I have played it, and I played all this other stuff, and then they just go, oh, well, you're just biased. Like, it's just, I don't know. Those are the type of people where it's like, okay, just put them in a cupboard, let them scream at each other, and then move on. Like, they're not worth your time. Let them fight amongst themselves. Individual nation mains are some of the most insufferable people I've ever met in War Thunder. And also, they usually have other traits which follow along, which are some of the most annoying in general human history as well. It's one of the issues with the internet, because you can't see the person behind, like, the screen. It's very hard to make value judgments on whether it's worth, like, dealing with them or not. And a lot of the time, especially when it comes to War Thunder, you gotta realize you're usually dealing with some kind of dweeb who probably still lives at home and probably doesn't, if they're just fully focused on chatting about War Thunder for, like, you know, all the time on the forums or in areas like that, the idea of life experience is probably going to be quite limited. But yeah, it's just weird. It's one of the things, like, there are certain, like, trigger words for me now, or trigger sentences, where if I hear them, like, come out of somebody's mouth, I just completely disregard anything they're about to say. Because I just know it's either one or two things. They have this idea in their head, and that idea is never going to be able to be changed, or they just have a complete and inherent insane bias towards one thing, and they're not, you know, looking at anything else. It's like if you like go to McDonald's every day and you've never been to any other fast food place, and you basically just have McDonald's every day over and over and over again. You get massively engrossed, you get absolutely disgusting and awful, and then, like, you see a dude, like, at Subway, and then you see a dude at Burger King, and then you see a dude at, like, KFC, and they're all doing the same thing, and they all think that they're massively oppressed because the food is making them obese, and they don't realize that they're, like, they're the fault in the system. Like, it's not like the food that's making them crap, it's the fact that they can't count calories, and it's the fact that they can't stop stuffing their face full of crap. Hey Katoris, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing good today. We the French people complain a lot. You guys do have some interesting qualities, but I have had some very positive experiences with French people. I like them. They're pretty fun. And we have Gian Marcomarzo. Hi Tech, hope you had a wonderful Christmas. Yeah, it was pretty good. Not too bad. Overall, I'd say pretty good Christmas. Apart from the illness that I picked up at some point, but I feel good. It was a nice time, and we got a lot of nice stuff. Just wish that I didn't get ill. Thanks for your take on the assault mission type. You're right, it could end up like Enlisted. One side leaves rather than being the punching bag. In my experience, that's why most people leave matches. Yeah, same for me. People realize that they're going to lose, so there's no point in spawning back in. Do you think it would make sense for the game to have a recurring test environment? In this case, for example, to test how mission types would work at different BRs, with everyone spawning It's all at once and like in World War and so on. Unrelated, but in the last tech talk you said top tier will never be balanced or fun. Intuitively that resonates with me, but I don't play top tier myself, so I don't actually know why. Would you mind sharing your perspective? Happy New Year. Happy New Year. And sure, we'll go through. Hey Special Donkey, nice to see you. Oh, good man. Yeah, it's really fun, that one. Hopefully you have a good one. So the first one, yeah, they could definitely have a recurring test environment. They used to kind of do something similar in War Thunder. They would do like on the weekends they would have like different events which were testing different stuff, but they used to just label them as events. So they would have like different modes which they would do and try different things. So there's no reason why they couldn't do that again. I would be completely fine if they did that. They haven't done it for a while. They could even, if they really wanted to do stuff like that, they could do it in like the events. Like they could bring back like events like the Tailspin event or the Iron Hearts event. It's not Iron Hearts, you know what I mean. I forget its name every time. Even in the middle of videos, I bloody forget its name. What's that game? Atomic Heart. There we go. Atomic Heart. So yeah, they could easily like bring that stuff back, and then they could easily bring that stuff back, and then bring in other stuff if they wanted. Add in some different game rules and try and like try different things and go around with them. I think that's pretty important to do. It's something that's good to do because you can basically bring back the same mode but then change it slightly to make it slightly different, so therefore it's not the same. They did the same with like tank football, right? Like whenever they bring that back, which is quite nice. The reason why top tier will never be balanced is because of a simple rule. So in War Thunder you have like a plus or minus matchmaking system. So if you basically you can go up or down like 1.0, right? So if you have an 8.0 vehicle, then the matchmaking you can get into is 8.0 9.0, 8.3 9.3, 8797, or wait, that's not right, sorry. At 8.0, it's 7.0 to 8.0, 7.3 to 8.3, 8.7 to 7.7, and 9.0 to 8.0, right? So those are like your 4 brackets you can get in. So the idea is the vast majority of the time you spend time in those middle 2 brackets, and then you have like the extremities that come around, like the 9.0 to 8.0s and then the 7.0 to 8.0s. And the way that these are limited, so the power level of the vehicles aren't too strong, is with quantitative matchmaking, meaning that at the extremes, at the top, so if you have like an 8.0 to 9.0 battle, only 25% of each team can be 9.0s. So therefore the vast majority of the team is 8.7, 8.3s, 8.0s. That's the idea of how it's supposed to work, right? So if you have a vehicle that's doing really well at its BR bracket and it's doing well in those different brackets, you can put it up in BR. Now at top tier you can't do that. Because in top tier you either have 12.0 to 11.0, oh sorry, at top tier you have 12.0 to 11.0, 11.3 to 12.0, 11.7 to 12.0, but they're actually labeled as 11.0 to 12.0, 11.7 to 12.3, sorry, 11.3 to 12.3, 11.7 to 12.7, and then 12.0 to 13.0. So therefore, what ends up happening is you can have BR brackets which have way more of the top BR vehicles than they should do compared to, you know, the actual balance themselves. So you could have a whole team of 11.3s and the enemy has a whole team of 12.0s, saying that, you know, the top BR is 12.0, because it's easier to do than 12.3. So you have this whole situation where you're supposed to have pretty balanced matchmaking, and it's balanced around this idea that you can get up BR'd and you can get down BR'd, so therefore keeping you kind of in track, and you just can't do that with top tier vehicles. And this means that a lot of people flock to the top tiers because they want to dominate people and they want to get the new toys and they want to do all of this stuff. So you have a massive area which is unbalanced, because now you have nobody playing the BR brackets below them. Because if you, let's say, are in a 12-0 and that's the top BR, why the hell would you play an 11-3? Because you're just going to get canned over and over again. Because you know that those 12-0s are going to be better than you in every way. And also, they, are the top banger vehicles. So, if you have that setup, it's not very fun to play against. So a lot of people don't play 11-3, 11-7 because of that. Because why not play a lower BR, like 10-3, 10-7, and then grind up to 12-0, and then just play the 12-0s? Because nobody likes just getting, the crap kicked out of them over and over again. Now, the answer that Gaijin has made to this, which is one which pseudo works but not really, is they've started putting in high BR premiums, or top BR premiums. So, basically, what this means is, for example, Air, at 11.3 you have stuff like the F4S, MiG-23s and stuff like that. So those were put into the game not so people would grind, obviously to grind, but also so those top BR brackets would not just have, the top BR vehicles in them. So therefore it would flesh out that area, which is designed to make it a little bit more, better for the top BR people, so they can have somebody to beat up on. And then the premium guys who are getting beaten up on, at least they get, something out of it because they get advanced research. So it's kind of like you are paying to be punched in the face, but at least, you get something back every time. And that's how top tier aviation has been for the longest time. So the game is not really balanced around the idea of the top BR. And also, at the same time, you just have all of these situations where top BR vehicles have just been way stronger than their counterparts, even just like slightly below them. So it just makes the whole situation very bad and not very fun for a lot of people, which isn't very fun. So yeah, that's pretty much why. I could go into more details about, human element and matchmaking and stuff like that we've talked about previously, but usually that stuff is a little bit easier to cover in a video, and I've done it before, and a lot of people just tell me it doesn't exist, but it does, and it has done for many years, and that's why they've been trying to solve it over and over and over again by trying to plug gaps with different setups, and they just haven't really been able to do it very well. So it's just how it is. Well done, Federation Hero. Keep it up, man. Can you tell me why my squadron points aren't going up? You're gonna have to give me more stuff there, little boy. There are two, so looking at squadron activity, there are two things that go into it. Your own personal activity and the squadron activity. If both are over 50% and you have enough people in your squad, then you'll get 20k activity reward. If you have, if you are less than 50% or less than the standard, then you will get less. And if your squadron overall is less than the standard, then you will get less. So you don't have to focus on just your individual performance. You have to focus on your squadron's performance. What I don't like about free-to-play games is they're beginners opposite of friendly, and the high prices for packs and stuff required in order to be competitive. I don't think you need packs to be competitive. I think most, if not all, vehicles in the game, which are meta at most tiers, can be found in tech trees. A lot of the starter packs are like less than $5 on sale right now. But yeah, free-to-play games definitely have an issue with experience and progression, which is why it's always important to have newer people coming in all the time, so therefore you don't have a situation where veterans just annihilate everybody and kill the game, which is another thing that's, you know, tough to talk about. If you don't have a constant stream of new people, then what happens is you get the whole game becomes incredibly gatekeepy, and if you only have that set of veterans like keeping stuff alive, eventually they leave because they're only beating up each other. It's not very fun. So then we have Andrew Fitzsimmons Evans. Hey Tech, I'm just curious about your thoughts about a ground event vehicle. I hadn't had the time to grind the event during the holidays. I was considering buying it. Your thoughts? Happy New Year's and to yours. You too. Hopefully you have a good one. So my thoughts on the Vilkas. I think it's cool that it's pretty much the only Lithuanian vehicle we're probably ever going to get. So, at least in ground. So, from a collector's perspective, that's pretty dope. Because it's nice to have more nations represented. It's in the German ground tech tree, and you know that the German ground tech tree is always going to be good. Like, it's never going to have a problem with being crap or not working. The German ground tech tree is insanely powerful, and the one thing it isn't short of is light tanks, which are powerful too. The Vilkas is not finished yet. It's already been through like a bunch of changes, so it's kind of hard to see where it's going to end up, like what it's going to do, where it's going to be, but right now it's looking fine. It has 4 spikes, which is good. It has good mobility. It has okay armor for what it is, and it obviously has the APF SDS, which is quite nice. I think in general, like, the vehicle will be fine. It's something that, you know, is very similar to a lot of others that we've seen. I think it probably isn't required because of the fact that it's just not one of those which is going to have a huge impact on the game. I don't think it's a bad vehicle. I just think Germany already has a ton of really good stuff at those BRs. Like, when I think about stuff such as when I think about light tanks, I don't see Germany suffering, or just when it comes to, like, well, not just light tanks, but like any ground vehicles, I don't sit there and think that Germany will ever suffer, really. Like, they've been in such a good position for the longest time, and like depending on the cost of it, I think will obviously change my opinion on whether it should be purchased or not if you haven't been able to do it. But I honestly think it would still be fine. If we look at the trend of the previous vehicles, so if we have a look at all of the other event vehicles, pretty much all of the event vehicles have been like $20. So for $20, a vehicle like that, sure. Hey Lorico, nice to see you. Like $20 for me seems like a good pick. And I think in general, I would, if I was like just working or chilling with the family and not grinding out the event, if the vehicle was $20, I'd pick it up. And I'd be incredibly surprised if it wasn't something like $20. So I can't think of the last vehicle or an event for the summer or the winter which has been crazy expensive. Because so many people do the events now, especially for the ground ones. Like, I wonder if the amount of bot accounts being removed will actually make it a little bit easier, or it'll improve prices a little bit, because there'll be less bots actually grinding out these things. Is one of the things I noticed in the summer one, and also in the summer event was there was a ton of bot accounts which were grinding in ground arcade. They would basically just spawn in AAs and then just try and shoot people down. And, you know, if you're using stuff like the WZ305 or anything similar like that, it's eventually going to work. Like, you'll get enough points to be able to sort it out. You'll get there eventually, you know. But I think in general, out of the 4 vehicles that are there, the 2 that I find most interesting are the Vilcas and the Mississippi. I think the 2 airplanes are just kind of dull and boring. Like, and you can get super similar experiences in the tree. So we have Luigi Pignatail? Natal? Interesting. Right. Hey Brian, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing good. Just plonking a bunch of rounds into the sky. This corner's always a toughie, so there we go. Thanks for answering my question. Hope you're doing well. My questions are, when are you going to do a VOD channel for your Twitch stream so it's easier to go back and watch? Yeah, sure. That's gonna come in over the next year. So we already have the second channel. So if you didn't know, there's the primary channel, which is what these get posted on. There's a second channel, which is just called TEC, I think. And basically that that has what you call it on it? That has like other games that we play. So basically like chopped up other games, just to kind of show that I do play a bunch of other things, and if people are interested in that, they can check it out. But it's mainly a thing there because I used to put them on the main channel, but I felt like it was getting really clogged, and it made much more sense for me to kind of split them up. So all of them, there's basically stuff scheduled on that channel until late 2024 right now. And I haven't scheduled anything for the last like 3 months, so there's going to be stuff scheduled on that channel until 2026. And it's just there as kind of a record of like, hey, I do play other stuff, and you can play other things while also playing War Thunder, and also, doing the job stuff, and also doing all this other stuff. So it's just, yeah, it's a for the record kind of thing. And then what we're gonna do going into the year, so I have somebody who's going to help me manage some things, because we've talked about it in the past. The amount I do by myself is a bit stupid on the online stuff, and the reason why I do it all by myself is basically because there just isn't enough money in it to get somebody in to help. Like, if you don't know how much it is just to like pay somebody to manage something nowadays, or to like do anything, like the channel itself doesn't even make that, well, everything together itself doesn't even make minimum wage, like with everything together. So it's trying to get somebody involved to help out with doing things has been very hard to do because the money base hasn't been there. But at the end of the day, I have been able to sort something out for January, which hopefully will take a little bit of stress off my back and mean that all of the secondary stuff will be dealt with and sorted out. So the secondary stuff is the second channel. Also, at the same time, the TikTok stuff, the YouTube short stuff, and also the kind of giveaway stuff, merchandise stuff, all of that. The stuff that doesn't really make any money, but is additional stuff that people want to see, and just expect everything for free. So we'll do all that, and then also there will be another channel which is created on YouTube, which will be a VOD channel, and all it'll have is just the VODs that we've done on Twitch, and they'll be exported to that area. also at the same time, what we'll do is we'll sort out the multi-streaming stuff, so we'll be able to get that rolling as well. It shouldn't be too hard to do. Already got all the stuff set up for it, so just got to kind of turn it on. And yeah, so a lot of stuff coming in the new year, but the main crux, and has always basically been the crux of all of this stuff, is there just isn't enough money in it to actually make it. A lot of people want many different things to happen, and I already do a ton of things basically by myself. Now, I do have people who help me in little areas, which is really nice, but 90 to 95% of the stuff I do myself. And that isn't because I wouldn't, mind having people help in different areas, but the problem is I just can't compensate people for it. Like, as I said before, in terms of like monetary gain and everything like that, right? So in terms of that, like we talked about, how much revenue and stuff like this makes, and it's just not enough to make anything of it. So basically what I'm gonna do next year is, this year I've been putting away percentages of my actual salary, so the thing that actually keeps everything going around me, like when it comes to the family stuff and things. We made a conscious effort this year to take some of my actual earnings from like my actual job, so the thing that does keep everything afloat, and instead of just sticking it into savings, or instead of sticking into investments, we've left it aside, and for the first 6 months of next year, I'm going to use it to get people involved, to see if we can make something of it. And if it doesn't happen, or nothing improves, or everything stays the same, and the money still isn't or the revenue still isn't at the thing, or doesn't increase by a percentage to make any sense of like continuing investing in it, then we pull everything, and then I go back to what I was doing before, which I'm fine with, by the way. Like, I'm fine with how everything's running. Like, I'm pretty happy with it. But, whether we want to try to do the next stage of everything, that's what we're going to try. And then from there, we'll see how it goes. Now, I'm hoping that, it's with what I'm planning to do, it'll work, and everything will be good. But at the same time, it's like, it's the hardest part of the online stuff, man. Like, if I ever wanted to like properly monetize stuff, and actually go into a sector which is actually monetized, like, oh my god, I wouldn't be doing military gaming, let's just put it like that. I was looking at my RPM, which is like the amount, the idea of it is, it's the amount of money that you get per, I think it's like 1,000 views or something like that. And right now, it's like it's a 1.8, so $1.8. And that is at the busiest time of the year, and the one with the most adverts at the time of the year. And when you actually have a look at stuff like economy channels or things like that, they actually have up to 30. They basically get $30 per 1,000 views, 30 USD. I'm struggling to get 1.8 Canadian dollars per 1,000 views. And then you take away 50%, and then you take away an additional 30% off that 50%. So that's where I'm at right now when it comes to monetization. And I can't do anything about that. That's just how taxes work. That's just how all this stuff works. And then people ask me why, like, well, why don't more people do this? Or, should I get into this? No. You need to get everything else in your life sorted out first before you even try and attempt this. Because otherwise it will just become a money sink. What's my Twitch revenue? Last month I made 400 Canadian dollars. And that's before my Canadian taxes. So that's just my US taxes and everything else. The Canadian taxes on that get worked out in February. Thank you for the Prime subscription, Dingling Destroyer. Thank you for continuing to support the channel. It's very much appreciated. Thank you very much, man. Right, here we go. Hopefully you're doing well, Crazy Hippie. Hopefully life's good. But yeah, so next year there's a lot of plans, and we're going to be trying a lot of things. And trying to get... trying to get some balls rolling, which should be fun. And yeah, should be nice. You pay taxes twice on it being Canadian, and those Canadian taxes are high. Yeah, I pay American tax because technically it's... So because the companies are based in America, I have to pay American tax. I can't... It's like a overseas tax or whatever. So I have to pay a percentage of that to the American government. And then I have to pay... So after I get that money, then I have to pay, obviously, my Canadian tax on it too. Which is on top of it. My fucking... A few years ago, it was such a pain working out all of my different tax stuff because I had so many different sources of revenue, but also they were all tiny. So I had like my main salary, which because I'm seen as a independent contractor, I have to do all my taxes myself. And then on top of that, I had like all of the online stuff. Since I figured it out, it's not really too much of an issue, but yeah. All I say is if you move to America, taxes are lower and tax evasion is much easier. Well, the taxes are done through the companies. So the taxes are done through they're done through Twitch and through YouTube. So you can't dodge them. The only way you dodge them is you don't give them your full tax information. And if you do that, then you pay 30%, which is the maximum amount that you can pay. So, fun times. So it's not really the best move. It's like, haha, you got me. I'm now paying more. So yeah, fun times. Why do people hate Naval? Is it because of its simple mechanic and because it steals spotlight from other two modes? People hate things they don't understand, and also at the same time, it's like, it's the childish thing. Like at the end of the day, the wonderful thing is when you're a kid, basically you get annoyed that Sarah over there has a toy, and even if you have a toy, and even if your toy is better, you don't like the fact that Sarah has a toy, because children in general are quite selfish little shits, and that's why parenting is incredibly important. Because it means, like, parenting is one of the only bastions that we have to try and destroy that selfishness that children have from a young age. Because we should care about each other in big ways. The problem is, with the breakdown of many different things in society, including parenting being something that should be actually focused on and, you know, put forward, what has ended up happening is because a lot of children are raised through the internet nowadays, we have a lot of shits. And unfortunately, a lot of those shits don't really do anything in their lives, apart from write on forums and Reddits about video games, sex, and weird other degenerate things. So you basically have a subclass of human, which I suppose could only be classed as Zetas, and they just sit there all day, don't know what to do with their lives, get depressed more and more, and just eat more and more, and get bigger and more annoyed, and just take it out on other people. Those are usually the people who are complaining about ships existing, or anything in War Thunder existing. This idea that just because one thing gets resources doesn't mean that doesn't also equal the resources were taken from somewhere else is a weird one. A lot of what can only be classed as idiots believe that because naval is given resources and they don't like it, if naval didn't exist, those same exact resources would go to the game mode that they enjoy, is a insane statement and very stupid, and basically gives an incredible misunderstanding of how production works and also how businesses work. If you pump 200% worth of resources into something such as ground, when you're right now putting in 100%, that doesn't mean that you get 200% worth of the content. That means that the company now has double the amount of content to be able to give you over a double amount of years. So you basically get the same amount of content as you go along. And also, the amount of content that they add to War Thunder is insane compared to any other game. And I find it very odd whenever anybody complains about some game modes getting love over others, especially in that context. I honestly think sometimes I do think that when it comes to the internet, one of the things that is missing is just sometimes when people, especially in gaming communities, just say something ridiculous, you just need some people just to turn around and go, yeah, that's really stupid, and then we just move on. But the problem is, usually the people who say, yeah, that's really stupid, get banned for harassment or for for something like that. So it's just how it is. There's just a lot of silly opinions in War Thunder, and over the last few months for me, I've seen a lot of them just pop up over and over and over again, and I think I'm going to make a conscious effort over the next year to just completely remove myself from any of that. It's just a waste of time, and it just causes brain bleeds, which is something that isn't very good for anybody. There are just going to be some topics that I just leave in the wasteland, and then every so often when they get brought up again, I'll just read some hilarious posts from people who will be the same people from last year who said exactly the same things. I think next year what we're going to do is there's a series I've wanted to do for a long time, and it's basically the people's history of War Thunder. And I've been collecting a lot of posts over the years from what can only be classed as very vocal members of the community. And I just kind of want to sit them there and just read them out, so then people can realize how batshit a lot of these people are. Oh, 2 seconds, the missus is calling. Alright, sorry. But yeah, so because the problem I have is I'm an elephant, so I don't forget a lot of these posts and I don't forget a lot of these themes, but it seems like everybody else does. Like, it's kind of crazy. Right, I just need to help the missus with something for 2 seconds, so I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry, just had to help the missus with something. Right, okay. Alright, next one. So we have Victor Corp from 1999. Thanks for response tech. And yeah, the UK air tree makes more sense from many angles aside of just putting it where the Argentinian vehicles are. But at this point, even adding it to the French tree makes more sense than just aggregating vehicles for nations. Merry Christmas and happy 2024. You too. You too, indeed. And yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see where they put all this stuff, like the new vehicles and things. There's a bunch of stuff that I kind of want to see them on the mind right now because I've been quite ill. One of the things that always happens when I'm ill is chaos takes over my head. And you may have noticed this during this tech talk at the moment, but for some reason, chaos is something that really vibes with me when I'm not feeling great. And what I mean by this is sometimes some men just want to watch the world burn. And I feel like one of the things I've been saying for a while now is the fact that a lot of vehicles in the jet area just don't really fit. And a lot of them are these kind of strike aircraft. More recently, we have the AMX, which just got added, which won't really find its own BR. Stuff such as, of course, other vehicles, like the wonderful Strike Master, which is going to find it very hard to be, like, at a decent BR at any point. Sweet dreams, TK. Have a nice rest, man. But I think now, after, you know, the SU-25 and the A-10 coming in, and then also more of these vehicles coming in, I think I've just decided, you know what, just animal. Just go nuts. Go crazy. You know, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, go nuts. I think that's the way that, you know, the cookie will hopefully crumble. Don't worry about anything. Just go ham. Just go nuts. And just see everything burn. See people get super annoyed at the fact that they have to face these vehicles which have no right being any good, but because they have like 2 or 3 missiles or 2 types of bombs at a lower BR than they should be, and they're gonna just take over metas or just annoy people because they're gonna be in areas where they shouldn't be. So I think that in general really speaks to me from a new level. Now I know it shouldn't, because, you know, we're all supposed to be fair, we're all supposed to be nice, we're all supposed to be kind and not want these things. But sometimes I feel the one way to show people how bad an idea is to literally just have it exist. because there has been many times in the past in War Thunder where we've talked about good ideas, we've talked about bad ideas, and things that won't work, and things that will work. And to be honest, a lot of the time I've been criticized for talking about things which I really don't think are a good idea. And then they get added and they just break the game. And so this time, you know what? Just bring on the fire. Bring on the brimstone. See what happens. Go nuts. Sure, Brian, why not? Which missile is it? Always a fan of a missile. So we have MJ. Let's go here. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. You too, man. Whoops. Hit the wrong button there. Hello, everyone. Go away, mate. We've already chatted to you before. Where is it? There we go. I should probably... Oh, God. Well, I probably should have been paying attention, but say la vie. Alright, there we go. Merry Christmas. Thank you for the content contributions to the War Thunder community. Didn't bother doing the winter event because I'll be spending Christmas and New Year's with the future wife in Cancun, Mexico. Cheers and God bless. Good stuff, man. I've heard good things about Cancun. Isn't Cancun like a pretty good holiday destination? It's one of those areas of Mexico where you're not going to get hit by the mobs. So I think that's basically how it's going to work. Let's see. I'm pretty sure that's how it goes. But yeah, hopefully you have a good one. Look after yourself as always. See you in the new year. Hopefully it all goes well. Nice to see you, Alex. Hopefully you're doing good. But yeah, hopefully you have a good holiday. One of these Christmases I need to go away to some warmer lands. It's been very rainy this year, but we'll see how it goes. Ooh. There we go. So we have Damon Gale. Here's something I've been thinking about while giving SPGs a way to actually act as intended. Oh, here we go. In ground games, kind of like World of Tanks does it. But instead of putting it on a cooldown, so you can only get some shots off sometimes, for example, 15 to 20, where you can fire as intended. But then they get a 2-minute cooldown, so they can't abuse it. Kind of like our recon trait for light tanks. What do you guys think? No. Give up on how things are supposed to work intended. Nothing in War Thunder works as intended. The SKR-7, which is what I'm using right now, was not intended to engage destroyers from World War II at 3 kilometers. This idea of always trying to add things in as intended in arealistic scenarios is a really bad one, and it's something that really shouldn't be sorted out and really shouldn't be done. Hey Sneaky, nice to see you. So for me, I really don't like this as intended thing. The idea that World of Tanks is anywhere near as intended as well is laughable. The other thing to also mention is, without talking about the historical arguments or anything like that, you know, without even bringing it up, just remember one thing. It's not very fun getting nuked by something you can't do anything about. And any top tier player, anyone who spent any period of time at 8-7 and above in ground, or even at high tier air, will tell you this. It isn't fun playing the game, trying to play properly, trying to do everything correctly, trying to do everything well, and then just randomly dying from something you couldn't do anything about. Adding more mechanics like this to the game is a very, very poor idea and would not serve the game well. No matter how many limitations, no matter how many things that you add to it to try and balance it. It's a bad idea. Stop trying to make it work. If you want it to work like World of Tanks, go play World of Tanks. Don't bring any of that stuff to War Thunder. It's terrible. I don't know how many times I have to say this crap. It's crap. It's really bad. It's awful. It's what will eventually destroy this game, is the idea of having to add more and more mechanics over and over and over again, and systems to make things either more realistic or just, like, I don't even know, to what people think realism is. We've had like 2 or 3 different changes this year, which have been made in the name of realism, which have completely nuked a bunch of vehicles and how they work. The ATGM changes for wire-guided missiles, which made ATGM vehicles even weaker compared to what they were before, so now you just don't see them at all. Like, they're just gone. When was the last time you saw, like, ATGM vehicles that were wire-guided? They've gone. No one plays them. Before you had, like, a small contingent of people who would at least try. Now they're gone. They've disappeared. And then, at the same time, like, top tier SPAAs with their missiles, they've just disappeared too. They're just no good. They're nowhere near the level they need to be to deal with the stuff that is being brought out. There's only like 1 or 2 which are actually any good and do anything. It just sucks. I don't want a situation where people just randomly die based on what they deem as mechanics that were like this. You know, one uncomfortable conversation that we never seem to have with SPHs or SPGs, which is supposed to do this kind of artillery mode. Go and have a look at the ranges that they're supposed to engage at, and realize that most War Thunder maps are not big enough to even deal with those types of ranges. You're not firing at, like, you know, 5 kilometers on most maps. You're firing at 1 to 2 at most. So yeah, let's just stop these ideas. Just give it a rest. It's okay to not have everything be 100% historical. If anything, it's beneficial. So then you just don't have to deal with just complete rubbish that turns up. It isn't fun. It's fun for the person in the SPH seat for about 5 seconds. But if you decide to ever play anything else, it isn't fun. We have so many examples of this. So many. Just leave it alone. If you want to add something like this in, just go play World of Tanks. Or you can go play World of Warships and ask people how they feel about the carriers over there, which basically were exactly the same mechanic. Go ask them how they felt about them. Sounds good? Cool. Let's do that. Then we have Captain Pro. Hey Tech, I'll wait for the next Tech talk about something I believe that should be brought up to the addition of the LAV-25 to War Thunder. Fair enough. Well, I look forward to it next week. Thank you for preempting. I'll make sure to prepare. Right. I could see SPG's SPHs functioning. No, shut up. Be quiet, crazy hippie. We've already talked about your functional problems when it comes to these things. This year you've already pissed me off once by going after a community member. Don't piss me off again. Don't think I'll ever fucking forget that, by the way. Shh. And we have that Chris. Hey Tech, recently been plodding away at RRB again and realizing how much this mode is a struggle to play. Dun 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 da da da. Bien bien. Da 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 da. Bien bien. Let's just do this. So struggle, snuggle. Sorry, I've just got to make sure not to die for a second while I move this around. There we go. The weak spawn, the Leclerc, the breach, the low glacis. Same as pretty much every other MBT. I've been grinding both Jaguars and been most recently stock grinding the 1A. Both jets feel outclassed to their tiers, with the stock grind being especially awful. The base Jag has to do console tears against A10s and the countless other all-aspect jets that loiter at this BR. Also, all whilst having no countermeasures and little available to you to put much right. And then the 1A, I'm finding a near constant uphill battle frequent up tiers, putting me alongside jets that can race to the bases before I even get halfway. I pootle my way to the middle of the map with all the bases dead, and me then realizing my fuel is empty because I got a new engine upgrade and reset my fuel to minimum. Yep, that can happen. Why is the game like this? I feel like presets not being specific to planes or being reset on upgrades being added is a bare bones series of bugs that should have been dealt with years ago. And then you marry this with the wonderful experience of fighting the A10 style of aircraft, or aircraft that can run rings around you whilst doing your job better. I do want to try that new Gripen out, but this is the best bet. They're getting there, and I don't know if I can survive the struggle of getting there. So there's a bunch of different things to kind of talk about here. So let's go through them one by one. Hey, German Detrago, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing alright today. So, number one. One of the issues that we have at the moment is there is a decent amount of vehicles which are balanced by their abilities in certain game modes and others. Hey Peachy, nice to see you. So for example, like the Jaguar, especially the second one, is pretty good in ground, but is absolutely not great in air, because it has limited usability in many different areas. So the issue you have is the fact that you're just in the wrong game mode playing it, and that happens to a lot of strike aircraft, and it sucks. The best way that they could fix this is by adding in a system which lowers the BR of the vehicle when it doesn't have certain modifications unlocked. Number two, you're running into the issue that we talked about before, where when they add in strike aircrafts with low speed or low engine power but give them crazy weapons, they fundamentally break the game. Basically what this means is you can never properly balance those vehicles. So stuff like the SU-25, the A-10s, things like that in a down tier or even at the tier can be incredibly annoying to play against because of these facts. And it sucks. It really does. We also have a phenomenon right now which is really annoying, which is the fact that Gaijin decided that every Tom, Dick and Harry needs to have all of their loadouts, especially for fighters. Like stuff like the Phantom, the fact that it's like this multi-role mess. A lot of people are using it right now to basically bomb bases because it's the fastest vehicle, and also you can obviously get the premium one and just make a metric ton of SL and RP by just hitting one base with whatever ordnance that it has, meaning that strike aircraft can't do their job. So it's just kind of sat there, and it just kind of sucks for the vehicles themselves. Like, I've been playing the F111 to spade it out, and whenever I see an F4S on my team, or whenever I see an F4J, or an F4E, or an F4EJ Kai, or whatever it is, like an F4EJ, I know I'm not getting to a base. It's as simple as that. Because they're just going to bomb everything. Because they're faster than everything. And I know that we're going to lose. Because they're going to have 11-3 fighters which actually do something. And it's the problem with premiums, but also the problem with playstyles. And whenever Gaijin has tried to fix it in the amount of, SL and RP people get for different things, there's a ton of complaining because people just want SL and RP for doing anything. So it's just kind of how it goes. So yeah, I agree it sucks. The major way I play stuff like the Jaguar, if I can, is I go around the side and I have like timings in my head of when certain vehicles get certain points on the battlefield. So for example, when I was playing the F5E earlier, or when I'm playing the F111, like I know when A10s or I know when SU25s are going to be at a certain part of the map. So what I do is I set up on the side, wait for the initial engagement, and then go after the secondary wave, which is those strike aircraft, and hit them in the back with missiles and guns, and then kind of go home and do it like that. Doesn't work every time, but it's the best way that you can do it at the end of the day. Taking away air spawns for strike aircraft was dirty. Rank 6s should still get them. No, disagree. There's too many really powerful strike aircraft. There's certain aircraft that should, like A7 should get their air spawn, but stuff like the F105 and the F111, it would be very silly if they get access to that stuff. But yeah, like you're running into the issues that Realistic has at the moment at the high tier aviation part. There's too many fighters that have access to bombs, and there's too many fighters that get access to bombs, and there's too many people who just play them as bombers. So you're not really left with much that you can use. You're basically just kind of stuck there and you can't really do too much. And yeah, it sucks. If they change BRs based on modifications, that would help the Jaguar a lot. And it would make it a bit more useful. But c'est la vie. That world is not existing right now. Those are bombers? What, the F105 and F111? Nah, they're labeled as strike aircraft. Then we have the Penman. Hello, TEC. Hi. Hope you had an excellent Christmas and a Happy New Year. To be fair, I didn't hear about the Depeche mode until recently, so we can't blame you for not knowing who they are. If I recall correctly, they're a rock pop band from the 80s. I don't really know much, though. They were around for a good 20-ish years before I popped into the world. I mean, that's fair. Next year, we're going to go to a few concerts. We're going to some country concerts because that's just a Canadian thing over here, unfortunately. So, can't believe how much these country stars cost to just go and watch. It's just ridiculous. I had to make so many sacrifices this year. It's crazy. But yeah. We're gonna go to another kind of string quartet thing, which should be fun. But this time, instead of them doing something classic, they're doing Taylor Swift songs with a string quartet. So, yeah. I would like to also make a public service announcement. The reason why I have to go to a lot of this bullshit is because of the amount of time that I commit to doing this online stuff. This is the trade-off. So I hope you have a renewed appreciation of the crap that I have to go through in order to do all this stuff. So it's definitely starting to fucking prey on my mind at the moment. Maybe I'll make a few less promises next year, so I don't have to go to ridiculous things. Watch that Chicken Run movie though. That one was good. That's a banger. If you haven't watched the new Chicken Run movie, it's on Netflix. Highly recommend. Can't believe they made a new Chicken Run, but it's good. I think it's not too bad. Right, there we go. But yeah, like, I would love to go and see some new stuff. I don't know if there's any, like, rock stuff happening in our area at the moment. I'm sure there will be at some point. Like, kind of looking forward to it. But I think in general, yeah, just trying to... At the moment, like, what I'm trying to do is just trying to reset and just get a little bit better, like, in the whole sickness stuff. But once we can do that, it should be good. One thing I want to do is I want to go to more sporting stuff next year. Hopefully, if I get some more time, we should be good. Yeah, another idea we have is to start streaming earlier, and then that means that I'll open up evenings a little bit more, so I'll be able to just relax and, you know, actually chill. So I haven't like properly relaxed in like 6 months now. It's always been something going on, and with some lifestyle changes next year, and with some additions to certain areas, I'm gonna need a bit of relaxation. So we have Sean Wakey. Merry Christmas, TEC, and to everyone else. Hope you all enjoy yourself. Yeah, it's been a good one. Hopefully you had a good one too. Hopefully people are able to see family and or friends, or at least enjoy what was about. Hopefully everybody had a good one. Always wish people well, like when it comes to stuff. Never feels good hearing that people aren't doing great, so always good to hear them doing well, and always trying to help where we can. Well, no, I mean, Metallica's in Seattle, as you said, but like those ticket prices were disgusting. I never want to give Metallica money just because of that whiskey stuff they tried to pull. If you don't know, like Metallica have their own whiskey, and in order to make it like Metallica brand, what they've done is when the whiskey is in its barrels and it's doing whatever it's doing, they pump Metallica music into it to give it a specific taste, which makes absolutely no sense, and is obviously a marketing tactic, but c'est la vie. We live in interesting times. Yeah. I don't know if I'd want to see Metallica. A lot of the bands I want to see are just dead, so kind of sucks. I think what I want to do next year is I want to go see more concerto stuff and more brass band stuff, to be honest. There aren't that many brass bands around here, so... There's a few which are about, so I think it would be good to go and see them. So we have Away With You, Valbega. Hello, TEC, and Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too. I'm definitely not seeing Motley Crue. They are one of the worst bands live I think I've ever had the pleasure to even listen to on YouTube. Their singer, I thought just got old, and like started phoning in when he got old. No, he's always just been shit when he's live. Anybody who pays money to see Motley Crue is just a straight muppet. Ridiculous idea. Right. It's a tradition for me to get the infamous man flu over Christmas. Sadly, I'm unable to play War Thunder, so I won't get the rewards for this event, but now I have some time to open my third eye and enter Nirvana and with the help of all the weird brain chemicals working to keep me healthy. I tell you what, this year I've been hit 3 times by flus, and this is the first time in a long time where I've been hit this hard. Like, I got hit late November, I got hit early December, and then I got hit again, like just now. I got smashed with just like 3 different strands. I don't know what has gone on this year, but like usually I just don't get affected at all. Like usually I'm very good at, keeping like healthy and keeping calm and getting everything done. But this year I've just been hammered, and like this last bout is definitely getting better. Like it's one of those where I've sweated it out now, and like everything is really good. But goddamn, like I can't. If this is every year, I can't. I need to like go into hibernation or something. Like I know like my workload has been increased this year, and I've been doing more stuff, and all of this. But there's no way like that leads to this. Like I'm healthier this year than I have been in a very long time. I've been sleeping better in a lot of ways than I have been in a long time. I've been eating better. I've been drinking better. I'm physically fitter. Like I'm more muscly. I'm not as heavy as I used to be. Like all of these things. But this year is the year that I get absolutely canned. I understand. I understand your idea of just sleeping it off, Vanko, but it doesn't work. Because if I just go and sleep stuff off, then there is a bunch of other things that I have to do later on. So therefore I overwork myself later on, and then it gets worse. If you take 3 days off of your life, that is very different from me taking 3 days off my life. Because of the amounts of stuff that I do in a day, compared to an average person, is completely different. So the equivalent of me taking off half a week or a week of work is a ridiculous amount of stuff that I have to catch up on. Even if I take off a day right now, it puts me back 3 or 4 days because I can't catch up. I also, right, when it comes to multivitamin stuff, you calling me thick-headed, I already take multivitamins, dickhead. I've taken them for 3 years straight. I take vitamin C, I take vitamin D, I take fish oils, and I take magnesium. I have done for 3 years straight. I didn't dismiss you. I didn't do anything of the sort. Because I already fucking do that. What the fuck is with you guys today? Jesus, man. But yeah. Do you want me to go get the fucking things? Here. You know what? Here, I'll go and get them for you. I'll be right back. I'll go get you the pill thing. How about that? So, I had my vitamin D3s. I got my fish oils. I have my magnesium. I have my fucking multivitamin with a shit ton of vitamin C in it. Holy fuck. So is there anything else you want to call me boneheaded about? Fuck me. I'm sat here hooked for like 3 days straight, trying to like make as much as I can out of a shit situation. And you're fucking badgering me about shit I'm already doing. Come on. Give me a slight fucking break, would you? Hey Teddy, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing well today. Hopefully everything's good. Let's see. In regards to last week's discussion, Russian bias mentality, knowing the things above... Oh, I need to keep shooting this guy. Otherwise he will just donk me eventually. Knowing the things I'm 100% certified to say, that people complain about the same thing are meant to be ignored and laughed at, like you do with the dramatic readings. Just imagine thinking the exact same thing over and over again, expecting things to change. That's utter insanity. Well, yeah, that's very true. That's why I say if people think these things exist, the best thing to do is to go and experience them. You know, if you honestly think part of society is biased towards, or if you think a game is biased towards something, go and enjoy it. You know, if you think there's this thing that people are really, you know, loving and having a great time with, like, why not do it too? Like, might as well go and see, right? And especially with like in War Thunder, you might work out, oh, there are certain BRs where the USSR isn't the best. There are certain planes where they're not the best. There are certain areas where, you know, there are certain areas where, you know, stuff isn't amazing. It isn't like going great, you know. Like it kind of is how it is. Back in the UK, hospital admissions have tripled with flu and coronavirus this Xmas compared to last, so something's gone off. I honestly think, Peachy, what's different this time compared to previous years is this is the first year for a few years where we've actually had people move around a lot. So, like, a lot of people in the previous years, because of coronavirus and all that stuff, haven't actually, you know, gone home for Christmas or moved around. Like, they haven't, like, taken... there hasn't been, like, a ton of movement of people, whereas this year there's been way more movement of people. So more stuff has been moved around, which sucks, but it is kind of how it is. Wish it wasn't the case, but, you know, at least people get to see their families. If I have to suffer a little bit, so do we. I myself used to ask for new independent trees and believed Russian bias was real, but strangely enough, after understanding the game by playing and listening to others, I stopped arguing for either subject since I saw the flaws. People that refuse to change their minds, even when they're confronted by facts, aren't worth the hassle and boggle my mind. But I guess for these sorts of folks, it's easier to blame the game or the devs, so fixing the person in the mirror. So I understand why so many people grow apathetic when it comes to those sorts of individuals. They remind me of the meme scene with Principal Skinner from The Simpsons. Am I out of church notes the children wrong? Yeah, kind of. Like, and yeah, you just kind of get bored. You just kind of get bored with dealing with them at the end of the day. Like, it's because there's no fix or there's no way of, you know, convincing them it's one way or the other. You just kind of sat there just like hoping that they just disappear. Unless it's hoping 2024 is going to be a better year for everyone. To be honest, this year was pretty good. Like, I don't really have any complaints about this year. It was a tough year in terms of the workload for me, but like if I think about things that I would rather be tough compared to others. Like workload's one of those ones, which is fine. Like I can deal with a heavy workload, and because that usually means more money in the bank and more stuff going on, which is good. But this year was pretty nice overall. September to December has been pretty much the busiest time I've had since university, which is saying a lot because I'm usually pretty busy. But yeah, we'll have to see what goes on. But I'm hoping that next year we can automate a few things, not through like, using AI or anything like that, but basically just taking a bit of pressure off my back in terms of schedule. One of the things that's been quite haphazard over the last 6 months is my like online schedule and doing things at certain points and when I used to do them compared to now. And hopefully next year that won't be the case. And I'm gonna have to, I think, start putting my foot down a little bit more in terms of giving myself a bit of space to do stuff. Because otherwise it's like even though I'm able to do everything like that I have been doing, I feel like where last year and the previous year and all of these different things, I felt like pretty much everything has been I had the ability for everything to be sustainable and it felt sustainable, where this like period of 4 months definitely has not felt sustainable. Like the amount of load that has been on me in terms of just like sheer amount of stuff, like when it comes to online stuff, when it comes to work stuff, when it comes to home stuff, there is no way I could do this like every year. Like I'm pretty sure I would just break down after a while. Like I could definitely, if next year is like this year, where basically the first like few months of the year we kind of relaxed, we didn't do too much, it was more just like discussions and relaxing and talking through things, and then if everything ramps up to the end of the year again, I think I could do it again. Like it's a possible thing to do. It's a possible thing to do, but I think if it is more like if it is more just like everything just hammers over and over again, then we may have a bit of a problem. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I'm not too worried, if I'm honest. Like even with the amount of stuff that I do, like I feel pretty confident that everything can be pretty good. Not too worried. Looking for a prosperous year, and I think it'll be a good one. Like this year, as I said, very prosperous. A lot of hard work done. A lot of good stuff. It's just I'm doing well with the grind part and the workout part and the energy part and all of that stuff. The bit that I'm not doing great at is the rest part. And I hopefully will finally at some point work out how to do that. Don't know when. Maybe 10 years, maybe 5 years, but we'll get it done eventually. Looks like the decoration is not for coastal machines. How big is this thing? Whoa! God damn. This thing's huge. This is the decoration for the winter event. The rat track. What a big boy. What would be good? If the comment was a bit all over the place, I'm sorry. As I said, funny brain chemicals. Working overtime to keep the intruders. Oh, it's all good. It's nice to go through some minor points sometimes instead of some big, long arching points at the end of the day. Yeah, I like that rat track. It's pretty cool. Ooh. Can we get the Sherman on there too? Or just to kind of show the same thing? I don't think I can fit them in the same place. You know what? Let's get a bigger canvas. How about that? Let's try that. Oh, you know what? Glorious has a big front. Today I'm using the Roanoke for the naval part of the event, and as you predicted, that thing's a monster. It looked pretty good. A lot of fire rate. Right, so that's this one. Why is the Sherman just not working? Did they bust my DD Sherman? I can't put it anywhere. This is incredibly sad. The Matilda works. So there you go. It's like double the size of the Matilda. Does anybody know how to set up jets on a PS5 controller? No, I don't. I have no idea. Sorry. It's the armor protection. Right. Okay. So, next one. We have Jay Doran. Hello, Tech, and happy holidays. I wanted to, I'm guessing, know about the ability to test drive vehicles. I've wanted the Bradley since I started the game. However, once I unlocked it, I realized it was highly incompatible with my playstyle. I know this is just a skill issue. However, I wish I was able to test drive it day one, so I didn't have to put in 200 hours into the US tech tree. Do you think Gaijin will make it possible to test drive all vehicles with all mods so that people looking for a vehicle don't receive an unpleasant surprise when they finally unlock the vehicle? Thanks for the great content. No, I don't think they will, and I think, unfortunately, you've hit the nail on the head why they won't. And it's kind of an unfortunate reason, because obviously it means that, you know, you can lose out at the end of it. But basically, the reason why they won't make it so you can research everything, or sorry, so you could play everything, is because if you did kind of test drive something and realize it wasn't to your liking, then you're not going to grind it out. And also, one of the things that they've talked about in the past, which is definitely true, even though people just say it isn't for some reason. I don't know why they've said it isn't true, because it's, you know, I've met many people who do stuff like this. There is the simple fact that if you just had test drives open to everybody all the time, there would be a set of people who would just sit in the test drives and just test drive the vehicles over and over and over again all day and not do anything else. And basically that doesn't really add anything to the game, and means that, you know, people wouldn't actually grind anything or like work towards anything. And yeah, it kind of sucks, because, you know, it means that other people lose out. The best thing I can say is, if you're not sure whether something will be up to your standards or not, or if something won't be where you want it to be, the best thing to do would be to try and set up a user mission with the vehicle and try and work out if you could, you know, give it a go or not. Work out if it speaks to you or not, or whether you would want to play it or want to not play it. I think that's honestly the best thing to do in that predicament. So instead of stuff such as instead of stuff just such as getting disappointed after 200 hours of play, maybe just playing a user mission with it and kind of getting the hang of it and seeing if you like it or not is the way to go. And it's not too hard making those. It's not too hard. It's probably what I would do. On console, I don't know if you can do that. But I know on PC you definitely can. So we have D. Austin Vaughn. Let's see. Hey, Tez. Hi. Considering China, Sweden, Israel are all nations fully cemented into War Thunder, I'm wondering what you think about their current limitations in naval, considering the fact that they all have aviation army helicopter branches. Can it be assumed that they, like all nations, also deserve naval branches for some variety? Let's see. Would this have to be in subdues, perhaps, as a nation like Israel only had coastal vessels historically? Or, for example... Let's go this way. Or, for example, should this not be a priority for Gajin, like many people, not me, who mains every nation loves naval argue? So if this seems like a stupid question or if it's too long-winded writing here, but I think this is a topic most CCs never touch. Well, the reason why most CCs never touch it is because it's about minor nations, which a very small percentage of the people who play the game actually care about. And then number two is it's about naval, so you're basically looking at the minority of the minority, which isn't, that's not going to get views. So of course, when you have a penchant to follow trends, it's not going to really work too well. Looking at it, I think Sweden could easily have a proper naval tech tree, so that's not an issue. Same with what was the other nation? Same with China. Like China actually does have a proper navy. They have a lot of coastal machines. They have a lot of blue water machines. Yeah, it's a niche within a niche. Nice to see you, Jodo. So all of that stuff can work fine. Like it's both of those could easily be implemented if they wanted to. Whether people care or not, obviously. That's up to whoever makes the decision. Israel's a tricky one because obviously they don't have that. One of the things I think that will happen is Sweden probably will get its naval forces, and so will China. I think China is much more likely to get their naval forces, basically just because of the size and the amount of people who play. Or who are from China. Not necessarily who play China, but just the amount of people who enjoy the game from there, especially since they shut off the servers. So I think it's much more likely that at the end of the day, what will end up happening is... Where did all... Oh, my fucking more's on. Shit. This thing burns through stuff. So annoying. But, yeah, I think what is more likely to happen in that sense is for Israel, they'll just say that there isn't enough, and maybe they'll add like a few, like some maybe event ones or something. But because naval is its own little game mode, like it's not connected to the other ones, you technically don't really need a naval tech tree, right? Like for me, one of the criteria I like for a nation is for it to have everything. But since they added Israel, it's been very obvious that you don't need that part of it for it to make sense. You don't even need rank 1, 2, and 3. You don't even need a bunch of non-copy-paste stuff. You don't even need, a bunch of actual useful stuff, right? You just need, you just need something for people to play, which is what Israel is in War Thunder. So for me, when I look at Israel specifically, it's kind of the exception to the rule, but also it means, it gets treated differently. So I don't think they'll ever add a naval tech tree to Israel, and no one will really care, because most people don't play the nation anyway, and also at the same time, did I hit a button at some point? I must have done. I think, yeah, let's go back to here. I think that what ends up happening. I think that what ends up happening is there's not even like subtrees that you can put in either for the nation or anything. I'm just still amazed that Israel even made it into War Thunder. I still think it's a horrible decision, like, because it just emboldened a lot of nutcases, and I mean we even saw it the other day. Like they brought on some new suggestion moderators, and one of the suggestion moderators, his big like push, like his big idea that like he has 160 plus like developer blogs about is a Norwegian, Dutch, and Icelandic tree where 95% of it, no, probably 99% of it is just foreign vehicles. And unfortunately, adding Israel into the game has emboldened crazies like that. Like insane nationalists from areas which just don't need stuff like that. Like, it's crazy. So, yeah. Naval isn't required for each nation because it's a separate game mode. And because unless you're, and also for Israel, you can't actually play the tech trees without playing other nations first. So technically you have the opportunity to get into other nations first before that. So I don't really see an issue with adding that in or not adding that in. I would love a world where everybody got the same treatment, but that doesn't exist and never has in War Thunder, and as time goes on it just gets worse and worse in that regard, so it's just kind of how it is. Hopefully one day we'll see true parity. There's a lot of nations that are in much better positions than they were, which is the more important thing, I suppose. And there's a lot more nations which are actually usable, which wasn't always the case in War Thunder. But yeah, hopefully at some point that can be improved. Right, so then we have the Type 10. Hi Tech, how you doing? I'm alive. I'm a bit grumpy and a bit annoyed, but apart from that, I'm okay. Trying to spade out this F111 and doing it on stream is one of the worst experiences I think I've had in a very long time. It's another one of those where playing it on stream and off stream is completely different, which sucks, but what are you gonna do? Welcome to Top 2 Jets. Even though I play War Thunder for hours a day, I also play the games like a racing game to have fun and chill. People need to play other stuff more to enjoy themselves. I've seen people lose their sanity over War Thunder as nuts. Always thought the J10 would come earlier than the J11 for the Chinese. Do you think they would add working headlights for tanks, like for example top tier tanks? I know it's a small thing, but it would add some detail to tanks, especially for filming and cool, look nice at battles that would probably blind thermals. I wish we could explore the hangar. I know it wouldn't be much, but I enjoy the small details. Always have a nice day. And water good. Water is very good. Headlights is probably a no. They have added a lot of things over the years which are basically just like cosmetic stuff, so it's not always a no. Like they could definitely change it in time. But I'd just be incredibly surprised because it's such a... It's just an addition that doesn't really make a lot of sense. One of the things about it... God, they should really just ban Phantoms. Phantoms... I'm so annoyed that they gave them all so many bombs, man. They've completely destroyed the use of a strike aircraft. But anyway, moving on. So... The thing about stuff such as um, the thing about racing games is they definitely do kind of help people chill. I honestly would recommend getting a bunch of the dirt games. Like I have Dirt 3, 4, and 5, I think it is, and then also Dirt Rally. There's something just kind of relaxing, like going around tracks and just, setting up speeds at the right time, turning at the right time, doing all that stuff, kind of focusing on like little breaks. I think it's important in racing because one of the cool things about it is you actually have like what do you call it? You have like 5 minutes of like ultra concentration, and then you can kind of like switch off and then move on to the next thing. And then you can have 5 minutes of concentration and then just do it over and over and over again. In War Thunder, it isn't really like that a lot of the time. It's usually, if you're playing it properly, there's like more there's more concentration needed than that, unless you're playing like naval or whatever. So I think that's why War Thunder is probably better for most people in small bursts if they can't deal with it. But yeah, racing games is perfect for stuff like that. RTSs are the complete opposite. Like RTSs are, if they're just usually trying to work the brain strenuously for a decent period of time, depending on what you're ending up doing. I think both have merits, both have good ways of doing things. I think in general that it's both of them are useful in their own ways. But for me, I personally think that War Thunder just drags on people. And especially if you're playing non-meta stuff. Like, if you do what I do and you play any piece of shit in this game, there'll be like I'm an incredibly patient person. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to spade all of the dumb crap that I've been able to spade over the years. But it really does get to you, especially when they make decisions which are just completely stupid. Like when I still remember early in the year, like one of the most dumbfounded decisions that I remember happening was I did a ton of BR decompression, like in ground, and it was fantastic. And they did like 3 levels of it, and it was looking really good. Everything was looking great. And I remember one of the things they did is after doing all of the wire guided ATGM changes, they were putting everything up, right? They were putting everything up. Hey, look, more phantoms. Isn't that hilarious? And the BR decompression did what it was supposed to do. It decompressed certain BRs. But then they just were like, you know what? Screw it. We're just gonna put up those wire guided ATGM launches anyway. Completely going against the fact that they are completely crap. And it's probably because they don't have the stats for them, or because somebody, like, I still remember, like, what they said about the M113 and why they couldn't put it down in BR. Because, like, this is the issue I have. Because I remember stuff from, like, a few years ago, I remember justifications that were made. Like, when the M113 was at its worst, which is this year, by the way, just before it became its worst, right? So just before they made the change to make it worse, they said that they couldn't put it down in BR because they didn't want to for some reason. They didn't give the reason, but it was basically some dumb shit about it not being. It was more modern technology, so therefore it couldn't go down to a BR that was less modern technology. Like, it was along those lines. But then at 6.7 you have the bloody AMX-13 SS11, or you have the Zaklam Tega, or you have all of these things. So, like, you just sit there and you start realizing a lot of the things that are said for these things are just silly. Like, none of them make any sense at all. And it's happened, like, multiple times, like, this year. And it really has kind of shown a lot of the contradictory nature that they bring along when a lot of these changes kind of get published, and also the defense that people will also bring along to a lot of these guys when they do stuff that they enjoy. It's very annoying. But yeah, basically, there has been many odd decisions for that style of thing, and hopefully at some point in the future we can get some love for certain machines to try and make them a bit better, but not today. Not today. Alright, next one, we have Common Sense. Let's see if it lives up to the name. Hey TEC, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Hopefully you're having a good one. I have a question. With your connections, have you heard anything about new pilot models since the newer top-tier jets are still piloted by early Cold War era pilots? Lol. Number one, nothing that I know about the future of the game comes from official Gaijin sources. Or, no, sorry, I shouldn't even say official Gaijin sources. I never get told anything by the people who are supposed to tell me stuff about what's going on in the game. Because they usually, first of all, there's no point in asking them because, well, a lot of them don't know. And then second of all, at the same time, it's much more fun just asking people who are in the background instead, because they actually give you fun information. So everything that I know that's coming to the game over the next few years is not known from official places, which basically means that, you know, it's stuff that I talk about at the time when it turns up, but it's not stuff that I talk about when it hasn't turned up yet. So, like, stuff like models and things like that always gets updated over the years. Like, they're not gonna stop updating those things. I think it would be nicer if we saw some other things updated before then, such as like some of the ground crews. The French World War II boys are still stuck in the modern day machines. So maybe that could be, you know, focused on first. But I get that people want to see more modern pilots because they look cool with their big helmets. But we'll see what goes on at the end of the day. But no, I never talk out of line when it comes to what's coming to the game, because at the end of the day, I find it kind of dull. Like, if everything is known before it comes out, then it just kind of destroys, like, all of the promotion and all of that stuff, and it just makes everything kind of dull. Like, we've already seen it this year, right? Like, the last 4 updates, Gaijin employees have leaked everything that's been coming in the last updates. Don't know if you've noticed or not, but yeah, it hasn't even just been this year, it's also been last year. Like, there was like 3 updates last year where everything was leaked. Absolutely everything was leaked. And like, looking at that and then knowing what's gonna come is kind of dull, because, you know, then all you're gonna focus on, or then all you got to deal with is like, oh well, how are they gonna portray it in the game, right? Like, that's the only thing that you're kind of looking forward to. And personally, like, that's okay. But it also means that most of the things you're gonna get stuck in is like, just, you know, talks about how these things are set up. I think I would prefer a world where we didn't get everything leaked and everything was just there. Like, obviously I would have to change the cycle of how we do everything, but I think it would at least be more entertaining. I miss the days like 5 or 6 years ago where we generally didn't know what was coming in an update. And now even like a week before anything's announced, we already know what's coming. It's kind of nuts. Also, my question from last week about 5.7 versus 7.0 is in RAB, and while it's rare, it's still massively annoying. I play RAB up to 6.3 and then RRB because of this. I think this because not enough players playing RAB at high tiers. RAB is a lot of fun. Time up to 6.3 though. I wonder if RRB will ever have multiple spawns like Ground RB, and what's your opinion on that? Yeah, sure, why not? I mean, they could add more. The major thing for me is like there's certain maps, like for example this F111, right? There are certain maps where this thing works pretty well, like especially when I can hear. But right now, there are other maps where this just doesn't work at all, and it also matters at what my team are like spawning in, whether I want to actually spawn this thing in or not. Like that's the other thing, because even though this is a strike aircraft and it's supposed to be used for striking and that's what it's good at, and I haven't unlocked the modifications to make it a dogfighter yet, basically if I spawn in and I see a bunch of other aircraft on my team, then I can't do anything about it. Like I literally just can't hit bases. I can't hit ground targets. I can't really do anything, so I just kind of flop around like a wet fish. So I don't know about multiple respawns, but I think maybe having 3 vehicles in a lineup, and then depending on what map that you get on, you can select which of the vehicles you want to spawn. I think that would be kind of nice. You could still have the limitation of the 4 bombers. Maybe they could add in a limitation for strike aircraft so we don't see stuff like this. And maybe we can have a bit of fun that way. Or life will just get weirder as we go along. Who knows? Anything's possible. The simple thing is... Whoop. Yeah, the way that AB matchmaking works is terrible. I don't know why it works like it does. I think it's really poor. That they have decided that... Because every other part of the game, apart from RRB, promotes the idea of lineups. And promotes the idea of having, like, you know, grinding out different parts of the tech tree, trying your best to have like a full lineup and, you know, grinding a bunch of different things out. And then RIB is like, nah, we're gonna give you an advantage if you only have 1 vehicle. What? Okay. Well, what happened to the whole, like, you know, trying to get people to research stuff and trying to get people to grind stuff? Like, where did that idea go? Like, why have we completely changed tact on what we're doing? And it's very confusing because, like, you know, that's how the rest of War Thunder works, and I would like to know why that decision was made or who decided that was a good idea. But they obviously still think it's a good idea because it's still in the bloody game, so... I wish it wasn't in the game. I also wish they didn't change this thing so it loses so much energy in a turn, but... You know, live, laugh, learn, laugh, love. Do-do-do. But yeah, it's so weird. RAB is a lot of fun, though. I agree. It can be really good. It can be really good up to that level when people start abusing stuff. I definitely agree with that. I think AB, as usual, just gets a lot of flack because the vast majority of chats around game modes in the online space is about RB, which I don't really understand why, because AB is the most played game mode. But I think it honestly might just be because a lot of people who play AB just... Maybe they're a bit older, or maybe they just don't care about, you know, what random people on the internet think, and they just do what they do. Which, you know, Chad AB players, I don't know how else to put it. Seems a bit odd. Hopefully you're doing well, Abby, by the way. Hopefully you've had a good festive period. So we have Thunder Spring. Add a second page to Squadron Vehicles list. You can only start grinding for once the first page is ground out and purchased. Why? Why? What's the point? What would be the use in doing that, apart from limiting player choice? I just wish they would scrap high-tier Squadron vehicles. I just wish they made mid-tier Squadron vehicles a thing again. I thought the whole idea of like Squadron vehicles was to bolster lineups, but it seems like they've just used it as a way that people can just buy themselves into top tier again. It's very unfortunate. That's fair, Toasty Nuggets. Yeah, I don't know, like with the... That's another thing. I would love to sit down with one of the Gaijin guys and basically just be like, okay, what was the reasoning behind this? What was the reasoning behind this? Why have you decided to do it like this? Why have you decided to do it like that? You know? Because I think in general, like, at least to me, that stuff's pretty important. Like, what happened there? What happened there? What happened there? Is there a reason why you did it like this? Like, what's the... Hopefully we can work out why this was done like that, and then kind of go from there. Because usually, like, apart from, like, the last few weeks, I generally agree with their reasoning of why they do things. Because it's at least kind of internally consistent to what they kind of go forward with. Even stuff like the Abrams stuff, right? Like the Abrams stuff is internally consistent, but that manpad stuff is ridiculous. Well, so that one was a little bit odd. Hey guys. Oh, you just left me to die. Okay, well, I guess I die. I didn't realize my team left me to die. So I spawned in because I saw them chasing him, and then they just left. So I don't even know what to say. What's heavier, a dragon or an F-111? Yeah, you heard a wolf. He died. Oh dear. Yeah. Money is why? Yeah, I understand. Like, but not every decision can be made. Right. There is always going to be a monetary component to every decision, right? But not every decision is made 100% because of money. Because if you made every decision 100% based on money, then the product wouldn't exist in the first place. Because you would just annihilate it so much that people just wouldn't want to do it. So, like, there has to be more reasons. Like, the money angle is always going to be there, right? So that's why I don't really like going through it, because no matter what happens, it's there. So just moving that to one side, I can't. Okay, so I've lost half of an elevator, and this is how this thing flies. Are we serious? You're telling me this flight model is fine? What is it even doing? If I even tap A and D, my elevator goes up and down, which is supposed to be my aileron. Very confusing. There we go. Suppose it's probably better to go back to base. But yeah. So we have Fiera Boy. You know what's funny? I actually watch your channel more than I play War Thunder. Hell, I've played it off and on the past few years. I'm not in 5-0 in any nation, in anything with any nation. I think the reason people come up with big ideas for the game is because, like me, they see some of the detail that goes into the vehicles and recognize the potential it offers. Yeah, maybe. It might also. I think. I don't think most people come up with big ideas. I think most people are told big ideas and then they repeat them like vomiting. So they'll hear something like 5 years ago and then they'll regurgitate it over and over and over again, and think it's this really groundbreaking, crazy thing that they've thought of. The other thing is people just want to mold stuff into their own image. Like you see it all the time, right? Like it is the best thing I can like compare it to is, so is it possible to lock someone without facing them? Yes. So the it depends how wide the radar range is. The best thing I can liken it to is if you've ever followed sports, right? You know that there are sports teams out there which are bought by people and they literally buy them as playthings. So they buy them not for like an investment or not to like run it properly, but because they feel like either they deserve it or they feel like they want to play big, man Baracus, right? Chelsea right now in the Premier League is a great example of this, where the owner is literally, over the last few years, has just bought a metric ton of players and have done absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Dude, how does that count as a kill? The guy did not... Whatever. Like, the owner has done absolutely nothing apart from make the team a laughingstock, because he will not stop buying players over and over and over again who all fill exactly the same role in the team. And they are one of the biggest spenders in the Premier League and are awful, which is crazy. There's also a bunch of NFL franchises which are the same. There's that dude who has the funny haircut at the Raiders who keeps making terrible decisions. The Broncos guy as well. There's a few NBA ones as well. The Pistons, obviously, at the moment. And everybody has that type of story, right? Where you get somebody who has too much money, they buy a bunch of things that they just don't need, and then, stuff just keeps going kind of nuts. So, imagine that. But imagine you have no money, you're a very average person, and you can't influence anything apart from a video game where you can write forum posts. See, I see those two on like the same level. So I see a dude who buys something, completely screws it up, because they have this like vision in their head that they're an all-powerful god because they have money, and because they basically bought the resources, and therefore everything should just fall into line because their head just works perfectly. And then everything just falls apart because, of course, it doesn't. I see that on the same level as the people who have the insane ideas, where they just, for some reason, like years ago, they've decided, okay, in my head, this is what will work, and we're going to stick with it, not looking at any of the consequences, not looking at how anybody does anything else, like in the industry or around the industry, just because I think it's the right thing to do, and because it's my brain, and I'm pushing forward the idea, therefore it's correct, without even putting like a modicum of thought into it. And it's okay to do because it's a throwaway comment, right? And and we can just keep discussing these things over and over and over again because it makes people feel special, because their thoughts are going somewhere, and they're getting discussed by people even if they are completely deranged. right? It's the same idea to me. And that's why, for me, I don't see a lot of use in it. I see a lot of wasted potential and wasted time. And I understand why people do it, because, as I said, turns out the barrier to entry of War Thunder is literally zero now. Like, you don't even have to create an account. You can straight up just play a few games and then post whatever wild, crazy stuff you want on the forums. A lot of like the War Thunder social media stuff is used for farming karma in so many areas now. Like, you see it all the time on like the Reddit and stuff like that, where most of the posts are like, "What is your favorite vehicle? What do you think is an overpowered vehicle? Here's a picture of a 2S38. What do you think of this?" Like, it's just kind of how it is, you know? What happened to this? Where did this go? What event vehicle would you want to come back the most? Thoughts on returning event vehicles? Like, it's just all the same stuff done by the same people over and over again. Like, it's just boring. Very low effort, very low thoughts. Very, very dull. And the problem with the internet is it promotes this stuff. It promotes content farms, and it promotes people just throwing out ideas because they can. And War Thunder is just another place where people do it because they just have delusions of grandeur. I honestly think the world would be a much better place if whenever anybody had an idea or, you know, something they thought was game-changing, they acted it out. Yeah, it's engagement bait at the end of the day. But I honestly think if we lived in a world, no matter how ludicrous the idea is, if somebody said something and was like, "Hey, I think this would work and I think this is awesome." All right, fantastic. Lovely stuff. Right, well, you know what that means? We have to carry it through. Okay, there you go. There's like 5% of the resources you need. Boom, go do it, baby. I think the world would be like world peace would be found. Everybody would be happy because all of the nutcases who constantly have these silly ideas would be so tied up trying to make any of them work because none of them would work that everyone else can just live in bliss. You know, we should fund it. We should have a fund called the, I don't know, Getting Rid of Annoying People Fund. Or, I don't know, because they probably won't go along with that. Adventurous Entrepreneurs Fund. How about that? So basically, whenever there's like an entrepreneur who just has a ridiculous idea, they can just get a little bit of money so they can disappear for a few years and then come back a few years later and go, well, didn't work out, did it, Jimmy? Oh, no, it didn't. Well, don't worry. I've worked it out this time, and it turns out I did this thing wrong. So I just need a little bit more money, and then we'll do. All right, Jimmy, piss off. And then they just go away again. Like, life would just be so much more fun. And you know who could also go along with that way? The guy who changed the F-111 in the last update, making it completely worthless, meaning that when you turn, you lose 400 kilometers an hour. Wow. I turned once there and went from 900 kilometers an hour to 500. Not loaded. Crazy. But yeah, I think that would be super important for life. Not just on this planet, but every other. If we could just take all of those people who have those ideas and put them in a box. Some people say that Harry Potter is cringe, J.K. Rowling is cringe, but one idea she did have, which was very good. Sometimes people do need to be left under the stairs. Sometimes they do need to be left to ferment their feelings and thoughts, and sometimes they need to be locked in there for many years. So then we have the legendary Sin. Hey TEC, what about a semi-historical gun sight that can be turned on and off? We already have that. You can use user models or user sites. You can even turn it on and off if you want. There you go. I know consoles don't have them. What they should do is they should what they should do is what's the word? They should bring user sites to consoles, and then everyone can be together. Hey Shazin, is this the last stream of yours in 2023? No, we'll be streaming tomorrow. I'm feeling better now, so we should be good. I'm still under the weather, but I'm getting better. What was the last update about the SARH missile? I didn't understand anything. Basically, the time... So you know when you lose a radar lock, there's that period of time where your missile doesn't just randomly blow up, and it kind of like doesn't really know what's going on. And then if you don't get the lock back quickly, it kind of dies, right? Well, now that time is longer. So you have more time to be able to reset your... you have more time and able to reset it. Reset your lock for the semi-active. So it's made them a little bit easier to use. So we have Lithuanian Badger. Winter event should go from January 1st till 25th. Why? I think it should go from June 1st to 25th. Because that's the winter for the Southern Hemisphere. The reason it goes during this time is it's when most people have off. Same with the summer event where it's in August. It's when schools are out. And I know that's not the case all over the world, but it is in the areas predominantly where War Thunder is available. What would be the better thing is, imagine if they did a system... Imagine if they did a system where you... Imagine if you did a system where you could kind of click on when the event started. So you had like a 6-month period, or you have like a 6-month period, or you have like a 4-month period where at any point you could start the event. So you don't all have to start it on the same day. Instead, the criteria of the event is in the game. But at any time between December 1st and March 1st, you are able to click it on. I think that'd be kind of cool. So you're not limited to the specific time as everybody else is. But there are reasons why they do it like they do, but I think for me personally, I would prefer if they did it, like that. But we'll see. So we have Boris the Turtle. New modes, that would be awesome. It's been years with nothing new. That's not true at all. We get new stuff all the time. People just don't recognize it because it's not shiny, shiny, bang, bang. If you actually think about it, right, and I know, like, it's tough. Like, I get it. It's not the easiest thing to work from, but think about it like this, right? Okay, imagine instead of just a new mode, imagine you get multiple versions of that same mode. So for example, what has happened over the years in War Thunder is you've had modes such as you've had modes such as Ground Realistic, which have fundamentally changed, not from the vehicles that are on offer, but also the maps that have come in, and also even some of the changes to the maps and the game modes that have been around too. Now, once again, look how much speed I just burnt doing that. Holy shit. That's so disgusting. Jesus. There's no way this thing would burn that much energy, like, in a simple turn. Naval has also got many different changes when it comes to the types of maps and the types of stuff that goes on. The armor profiles change consistently when it comes to Naval, pretty much every update, apart from the last one. In aviation, you have a ton of different map changes, you have the rotation filter, you have a bunch of simulator changes, you have a bunch of this, you have a bunch of that. There's been a ton of different changes, but it's impossible for people to recognize it. What I want people to do is I want people to look up videos from 5 years ago of War Thunder. There's plenty of channels that are around today which were around back then. And just go and have a look at some of the maps. Or go and have a look at some of the vehicles that are on offer. And go and have a look at what it looks like. And what is going on in those videos. And you realize the amount that has changed. Even stuff like weather effects completely changes how you approach certain maps. And can completely change how everything is seen and pushed forward with. But yeah. Instead, like, people need these grand sweeping changes all the time to even realize anything is going on. There's a clip I want to play, actually. Because I think it completely encompasses this. We talked about it.
Every time we release,
I don't know if we talked about it last week. But we definitely mentioned it. Because I think it's very important. So this is from one of the first Counter-Strike devs. If you don't know, Counter-Strike, the original one, was not developed by Valve. It was actually developed by two guys. This was the main dev, and he did a speech like 8 years ago. It's all on YouTube. It's very good, actually. It's let's see. I'll just have a look and see what thing it was from, because he brings up a lot of points about developments and also what they were trying to aim for and how important community, not input was, but community creation was, because those are two very, very different things at the end of the day. All right. So let's just see. Yeah, so it was from the Sinfo Conference 2015. The guy's called Min Lei. So there you go. There's the link for it. And this is what he said in this clip.
every time we released a new version, our players would complain about things that we didn't even change. So, like, one of the big things that they would complain about was, this new version is more, like, it has more lag than the last version. What did you guys do? And we'd be like, we didn't touch anything. What the heck are you talking about? Because like we no matter how much we explained to them, they would always complain. Every version, this is worse than the last version. Change it back, please. And then we'd be like, you know, one time I just got so fed up that the next version we released, I would just artificially subtract people's pings like by -50. So yeah. So if like their actual ping was 100, I just say, okay, 50. Just say it's 50. And then a lot of the players are like, oh my God, what did you do? This is incredible. And like, So I mean, it just goes to prove that these people, the people that complain, they have no idea what they're talking about. They don't have they're not doing this scientifically. They're just doing this based on how they feel.
So yeah, it's a fun clip, and it's one of those that kind of rings in my head because it's something that I've seen many times in War Thunder, and I feel like I will see many times going forward in what's kind of going on. But it also shows a lot of stuff is based on feeling. And if grand sweeping changes aren't made in an instantaneous moment, people don't think anything changes. So you could, let's say over the period of 2 years, change something by 10% every other month. Okay, so that's 12 times changed by 10%. So overall, 120%, right? So the product that you got 2 years ago is now 120% different, right? Than it was then. But because I've done incremental changes, you would think that nothing's changed because you've basically gone along with it and you haven't seen any brand spanking new stuff. And it's weird because I see it a lot. I see it happen with a ton of people. And it sucks. It really sucks. And I wish it wasn't the case. And I wish it wasn't the way any of this worked, but it is. So, with the game mode stuff, there has been changes. You just haven't noticed them. And you gotta ask yourself why. And if you have noticed them and you don't think it's enough, great. They massively updated the CDK, by the way. Made it a ton easier to use for people. But you didn't know that. Well, if you actually gave a crap about game modes and improving them, you would know about it. Now, as I've said many times to people, go and build your own. One of the things that the guy in the Counter-Strike, the Counter-Strike dev also says is how important community-made stuff was to the game. Pretty much all the maps, apart from like a few, were completely community-made. And he was actually against a lot of them being added to the game, including Dust. If you don't know what Dust is, or now it's known Dust 2, Dust 2 is one of the most well-known maps in Counter-Strike history. And he didn't want to add it because he didn't like it. But he eventually added it because pretty much everybody else said they should add it, and it became a hit. Crazy. So yeah, it's just another one of those things where build it and they will come. And I know people don't like hearing it, but it's literally true and always will be. Like, we have several people who have got jobs now with Gaijin because of shit they've done through internet stuff, or they've at least got contract work, right? Like, it's crazy. And people still think it's impossible to do any of this stuff. Apply your mind. You can do wonderful things. Anybody can. You'll be amazed what you can do if you just allow yourself the ability to hope. It can be really cool. Yeah, I know, Zero. That's the other thing, right? Like it literally it could be down to the company, but it's more than likely it's actually. Oh, okay. Thanks, countermeasures. It could literally just be down to the other stuff, you know. And we have Matthias. Hey, TEC. Hi. I think that top tier RRB should have objectives more spread out and 2 parallel airfields for each team. See how we can finally start dispersing the annoying ass furball simulator of a game mode that current top tier RRB is. I think when every person turns 18, they should sit down and then a 10-year-old should eat a ton of pizza and chocolate milk, and then projectile vomit onto a table in front of them, and then as a rite of passage to become an adult, you are given a fork and you have to eat it all up. And we have Denisha Koju. Hey Tech, I have a friend which somehow got some documents on the R77M. They shouldn't add that thing, it's nasty. Oh, okay. I think about times during War Thunder's history where I've heard similar expressions to that quite a lot, and it's something that I feel like happens quite a lot. They shouldn't add this because it will cause X problem, or they shouldn't add this because it will cause Y problem. But usually, at the end of the day, they'll add it anyway, and they'll just deal with the consequences and then balance it later on, which is how it seems like a lot of people will do this stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised if at some point that's what happened. I'm sure they'll add the R77. I think if they didn't, they would be having problems. We're going to get to a point in War Thunder's history where American technology outdoes Russian technology, and they're going to need all the help that they can get. So I don't know how that's going to go, but we'll see what goes on. I think overall that, yeah, they'll just keep expanding. They'll just keep adding. They always will. Like, I wouldn't worry about how crazy something is in real life. I would worry about how it's going to be modeled in game. Then we have Djechi. What about adding Spain as a subtectory for Italy? Sure, why not? As I said, take every European nation that you can think of and just throw it into Italy. Try and make people play Italy. Add everything. Just chuck everything at them. And then call it the Pan-European Tech Tree, because we like putting pan on things for no apparent reason. But yeah, just throw everything in. Everything. Every nation you can think of goes to Italy. And if it doesn't, we start crucifying people. It's the only way forward, I think. I can't see any other way around it. I think it's pretty much the only way to go. So we have common sense. Hey Tech, don't buy an air fryer unless you need a companion for your George Foreman grill in your unused appliance cupboard. Cheers. I wish I had a George Foreman grill. We used to have one when I was smaller, and we used to use it quite a lot. But yeah, times have changed. We just got a Stanley mixer, so pretty happy with that. But yeah, air fryer is not going to happen for a long time. It's something that's it's something that is not going to be there for a long time. That is when we have too much space issue, we fill it with crap like air fryers. We're instead just gonna get a convection oven. Convection oven would make much more sense and is basically the same thing. Then we have Priest. I wouldn't say USA is suffering in the game, just playing everything but USA and can feel it. Feel what? Indigestion? America is incredibly strong in the game. Like, I don't know. If you feel America suffers when you play stuff like, I don't know, France or Italy or any other nation, then I don't know. I don't get how people get these ideas in their heads. It's very, very confusing. So we have Fossey Canada. To your point about when would be the best time for events, They could just make it, especially at Christmas time, a day or two longer per point grind, so it's not cramped to grind these 120k every 2 days. Spread it out over 3 to 4 days. And not everyone has to basically live the game. It's also really bad to have a page of history event, nothing but rank 1, which is another 20k. At least I found the China 16s and stuff, then into rank 3 lineup, and still get some points towards the grind. Yeah, it was kind of a rude thing for them to do that. I was looking at the page of history and I was like, well that's a bit of a twat move, isn't it? Like they literally did a page of history event which was like all rank 1 stuff, and basically it was all during the event. Look how much energy that turn burns, man. There is not a single jet in this game that loses that much energy. That is disgusting. Oh, God. It's just nuts. But yeah, yeah, I would like a bit more time for the events, especially during the Christmas period. I think that's a fair point, especially as now we're kind of pre-COVID. I think one of the things that's kind of not talked about and is really important actually is a lot of these decisions that were made to the amount of grind that is okay to kind of sort out in War Thunder were made. Here, let me just show you how much energy I can burn just with like a simple turn. There's 300 within about a second. And I didn't even turn, because the thing can't fucking turn anymore. Nuts how much this thing loses now. But yeah, so the fact that a lot of these changes were made during COVID, and the fact that because a lot of these changes were made during COVID, it basically means that now people, or now Gaijin, are used to a level that is just unsustainable for most people now. Like even for me, like the 40k for each thing I've been able to do, and probably will get this event done. But at the same time, it's dragged. Like Christmas Eve and Christmas Day was really tough to get everything done, and I'm having to resort to once again just doing like some old tactics which are not fun and are just at the end of the day just like clubbing people over the head with batons, which is not something I actually enjoy doing most of the time. Like it's been nice in ground that I've been able to spade stuff, and in aviation, kind of the same, but it's not as if I'm playing like, crazy vehicles, and like I'm not playing like crap vehicles in aviation. Like played the F5E, I played this thing, and I played a few others to respade them. And I just wish that they would very much chill. Either, as we talked about before, if you complete 1 star, it reduces the amount you need for the next one. So let's say if you complete the ground star, then you only need like 35k or 30k for the naval or the air one, and then you need like 30k for the other one. Like that to me would be nice. Or if they just implemented the Atomic Hearts thing, where every other star was not a mission score, it was some kind of challenge, which isn't just try and get score. Or, you can pick and choose when you do stuff. Howdy again. Thought I could edit my last message, but I had another question. Do you know if they changed the AIA and RRB again now? I noticed the last little bit, but when low flying the Wyvern, for example, the first base in the match you get instantly 3-tapped by the base, and are pretty much done for. This hasn't been the case for long now, and the only actual airfield AAs were the brutal, not the random ones on the map. Yeah, it seems like whatever last change they did, whatever last update they did, busted mid-tier AA again. So, yeah, I was playing the SP2C the other day, just trying to do a special, because that's another thing I'm trying to do alongside all of this stuff. I'm really trying to I'm really trying to get on top of my specials again because I need like 50 special tasks completed to get to the 150 on the battle pass, and I'm at like 35 now, but I'm really really struggling to get through them. And the interesting thing is I was playing the SP2C to do a bomber mass destruction thing, and I was just getting lit up over and over and over again by the AI. So I think they must have bugged something out again. I don't know how it keeps happening. Like, I don't know what they keep changing or what is connected to what in that setup, but it just keeps happening over and over again where those AIs just keep battering people. And I honestly wonder if it's a. I don't like thinking nefariously, but one of the things I do kind of think of sometimes, since this stuff always seems to happen during events, by the way, is what if you set up a system where basically every so often, like halfway through an event, you realize a lot of people are basically base bombing to get the event done in certain vehicles like the Wyvern, the F4, or even like the F111, like I'm doing here. What if you just make it halfway through the event so the base AA just hammers people? What if you just do it so then they can't do it as much anymore and it takes them longer to do things? Yeah, rude, right? Wouldn't be very fair, would it? But stranger things have happened. That's also my nefarious side thinking, and my nefarious side thinking is always dangerous. Because a lot of the time, it doesn't happen like that, and usually bugs are just bugs, and sometimes they coincide with different areas, and sometimes they work in different ways, and nobody really wants to be malicious in these setups, but yeah, it's at least something to think about. Wait, what? Oh, that was weird. So then we have Adam McNeely or Neely. Let's talk about the US Phantom F4C against MiGs with overpowered missiles. What do you want to talk about? Do you mean like the F4C versus the MiG-21 SMT? I mean, welcome to not having countermeasures. I don't know what to say. Go and ask the Jaguar how it feels. Go ask many other vehicles how it feels. Unfortunately, America was so ahead in the technological race when it came to aviation that they were playing chess and everyone else is playing checkers. That's why sometimes you get periods in the game where certain American vehicles are just missing certain mechanics which others have because they literally didn't need them or the mechanics didn't exist. So, for example, the F104. The American F104s never had countermeasures because they were around at a time before they needed them and also before anybody had anything even comparable to them. So, yeah, it's literally just it's literally a skill issue on the rest of the world's part, which is hilarious to think about. The rest of the world was so technologically behind, and America was so ahead in these things that there were thoughts that they didn't need to have, that other nations were so far behind on. Hey, Notorical, nice to see you. So yeah, it's literally that, unfortunately. Oh, and it's one of the issues with being so ahead of everybody, you know? Like yeah, and then you have stuff like the MiG-23M with like 12 countermeasures. Whoa. And shit like that, like it's nuts. Like depending on what vehicle you look at, you can always look at ones which struggle. The problem with the F4C, it's stuck between two worlds. It has a metric ton of missiles. It has a very good gun. It has many different things that make it super powerful. It's got a ton of speed and all of these wonderful things. The one thing it doesn't have is countermeasures. If it had countermeasures, it would go up about 2 BR brackets. So the question is, do you want it to go up 2 BR brackets, or do you want it to exist? Do you want it to exist where it does? At a lower BR, with access to no countermeasures? Like, that's honestly the question. Do you want that trash radar at 10.7? I think the answer is no. So close. I mean, you can use the rockets as flares, but like, I've been told to do that so many times, and I've just never been able to get it to work. My ping's not good enough. Maybe if I had like 5 ping. But yeah, like you gotta think about the consequences of giving different stuff to things. America gets the best jets in the game and also gets the most varied jets in the game. It also loses out sometimes because they were just so ahead of everybody else. Like, I don't know what else to say. It literally is like, sorry for being too good, you know. Then we have Jerry. Hello. Hope you didn't get too much coal for Christmas. Is there any reason why you chose the title and profile pics that you're currently using in War Thunder? I didn't get any coal. I got some cool stuff though. I got some cool underwear, and then I also got a nice thing, and this has got some pictures in it of people in my life, so always nice. But the title, the major reason why I have both of the things is just because I've had them for so long and I don't want to change them. Like the superior title I just had for the longest time. Like I have a million titles. I could like I have no like attachment to any of the things. I just can't be bothered to change them. Like I kind of like collecting the profile pictures, but collecting the titles is worthless because pretty much like a lot of the titles in game are straight up just linked to like packs. So if you want to like collect them, you have to buy like a metric ton of packs to do it. But I just have it because I don't know, I've just had it for years. The same with the profile pic. Like the profile pic is from the Thunder League season where you could buy the dog tag and grind out the different challenges and get the different stuff. So yeah, it's something that was there to have at the time. I ground it out, so I just had the thing, you know. You too, acting. Sweet dreams, man. Have a nice rest. So yeah, it's literally just that. Like the I don't. There's nothing in War Thunder that I have like a real emotional attachment to. I like in terms of that. I think for me the emotional attachment, if anything, is to some of the people that I've played with over the years and also chatted to over the years. Which is why I think the community portion of War Thunder is super important, and why it's one of the bigger things to me. The things that I've earned in the game, or the things that exist in my game, I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, I wouldn't like it taken away from me because I spend time getting it. But at the same time, if, let's say, like, something life-changing happens tomorrow, like, I don't know, I have a stroke, or, my arm falls off and I have to stop playing or something, do I feel bad? Not really, but I mean, I would feel bad if I like lost touch with all the people that I've gained touch with and been able to chill with over the years. That would definitely suck. But the physical stuff in game, don't really have a huge attachment to. I mean, it's nice to have my decal, but that's more of a me thing than a game thing. So then we have C. Blemen. Can't kill a tiger broadside with a 7.6 hitting ammo. There's so much wrong with the base game code and poor bias implementation from the core that's just broken. Somebody had a bad game. It's okay. Remember the 3 rules. Go for a walk. Get some food and water. Have a wank. After you've done those 3 things, then come back to the game, see how you feel. It's okay. We all have bad games. Everything goes wrong. It's all good. Don't worry. We become better humans from struggle and strife. If you feel like your rounds aren't going through and they're not going where you want them to, that's okay. Don't worry about it. Aim slightly differently. You'll be fine. I believe in you. Dude. Countermeasures, plus afterburner off, plus turn, doesn't stop the missile. Sad. So we have Carla Mendoza. This is the best Christmas gift US mains suffer. Well, the thing is, they haven't suffered. Like, literally, it's the problem I have with all of like the discussions about like America, Germany, or IRCCM on a MiG-23. Well, what MiG-23 has IRCCM missiles? But fuck, that would suck. But yeah, what's the word? Whenever anybody complains about the big 3 nations, my brain instantly turns off. Like, it just breaks. And I know a lot of people like talk about how you shouldn't do like relative complaining or whatever it is. So it's the whole thing about well, if you don't eat your food, then Umbong Dungu in Kenya is gonna starve. And it's like, well, maybe I think Umbongdu will starve. Or maybe I just don't really care about people like literally having the epitome of a first world problem. Like, not even just a first world problem, but a first world problem. Like, you are complaining in a video game that you have enough time to play on a regular basis to be able to get to the high echelons of it, that your overpowered nation is not overpowered enough. That is just a first world problem. Like, I don't like help. MiG-23 93 can carry R-27s and R-73s. That's not in game though, is it? I don't think that's the MLD or the MLA. So yeah. So we have the only Len. Well, Vid's back. Hi again, Tech. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. On a quick note, it's quite funny seeing you attempt to pronounce my username properly on the last few Tech Talks. It's pollen without the po. I just pronounce stuff as I see it. There's literally, so For the last like 2 years, there's a dude who hangs out on Twitch called iTugnuts, and his name is Lieutenant Tugnuts, and I literally just call him iTugnuts because it's stuck in my head. He even recently capitalized the L at the start, so it looks like Lieutenant Tugnuts, and it's still stuck in my head that it's iTugnuts. Marlo, who is one of the moderators on the Twitch channel, is not called Marlo, he's called Mario. Just Mario, right? But I've called him Marlo for like 4 or 5 years because it just gets stuck in my head. There are people who have completely changed their names, like Papa Stalin, who is now like just Millennium or something, and I just know them as Papa Stalin. So like it's just how it is, you know. Like it's how it goes. The man in the movie said it's not the plane, it's the pilot, aka skill issue. That's true. Did you see that F-14 versus the Gen 6 fighters, Abby? Goddamn. Amazed he survived. It's crazy. I feared you'd forget me. I'd never forget you, Marlo. One day we will sit in the Portuguese savannas and we will have some food. We'll have some Spanish tapas just for the memes. on a donkey and a cart. So let's see. Anyways, weird War Thunder topic. Me feeling weird about people calling me a cheater from time to time. The context: I played my entirety of my 1K hours on a Steam Deck, a handheld PC, basically a PSP but no PC internals. Oh, interesting. All right. Wow, that's a first. Steam Deck won an award at the Esports Awards this year. Don't know why. I don't know who uses a Steam Deck for esports for sure. I've set my controllers to have keyboard and mouse bind, meaning I don't have the controller icon beside my IGM. So anyone... Oh, well that's shit. And dead. Hey look, the Phantom stole everything again. Isn't that cool? I've also gotten to the point where I consistently high kill matches and I mostly play France, so looking at profiles seems even more suspicious. Just can't seem to shake that feeling off, but I'll take the cheating callouts as compliments anyways. I mean, the best thing you can do is just turn off the chat. Like, as we talked about before, chat in War Thunder is probably the 99% of the time the most worthless thing a human being can get involved in. Like, Patiscos? That sounds fun. No, in the Top Gun Maverick, they talk about a Generation 6 fighter or whatever. We don't know what it is. We think it's a Generation 6 fighter. But, yeah, basically, like, don't ever be worried about people accusing you of cheating, as long as you're not cheating. But the other thing is, as well, is console players can plug in a mouse and keyboard into their consoles and basically use full PC controls. And also, they have the wonderful ability to be able to spot people in the air and kind of auto-aim in ground, which is why you'll eventually, or a lot of the time, get sniped by console players who are literally playing, like what do you call them? Wow, even the German F4Fs are in on it now. Fuck me. But yeah. So what'll end up happening is, like, you know, it's just part and parcel of the system, and I wouldn't really worry about it. Trying to set controller binds was hideously bad. Rage deleted War Thunder because it was so bad when I was at my first 100 hours. That's all. Thanks, TEC, and everyone have a great one. You too, man. Gaming on the Steam Deck seems fun. I have a relative who has one, and they really like it. I would probably use it for stuff like fighting games and racing games, but I probably wouldn't do it with other stuff. No, they don't, Abby. Everything rank 6 and above doesn't get an airborne, because strike aircraft, such as F-105s, would get an air spawn in at Mach 1, and were used as fighters. So they grounded everything, which basically meant that now fighters, which have the best acceleration, are now used as bombers. Because they also decided to give them a bunch of bombs. Because we hee hee. Hey Tech, have you seen the movie The Unknown Soldier? It sounds familiar. I think somebody was bringing it up a few weeks ago. I've got a feeling that Freeman was bringing it up, which is not a good. Yeah, it's that Finnish independent film. I don't know. You Finnish guys have weird stuff. Gotta be honest. It's also 3 hours, so you can go stuff yourself. Like, I don't have 3 hours to watch something about a Finnish soldier in World War II. Any movie about any of the smaller countries in World War II, which is longer than the length that the Danish were able to hold off the Nazi forces, is not worth my time. Simple but effective. Cringe minor nation World War IIs. But yeah, I'll probably watch it one day when I get some Prime or something. But I don't think it's... as I said, it's been brought up a few times, so I will watch it eventually, because it does look right up my alley as a thing I would enjoy. And I was just memeing, don't worry. But but the problem is, first, number one, Freeman brought it up first, which is always dangerous, because Freeman's recommendations are always trash. And when they're not trash, they might as well be trash, because they're usually like 50 hours long, which is never good. So, what we will do is we'll watch it at some point when it's available over here, but I just don't think it's available over here, so. It's not exactly just about one soldier, it's a lot about the continuation war in general. I mean, that's fair, but I've read a lot about the continuation war, and to be quite honest, it's quite boring. And also, the problem I have with the continuation war and anything to do with, like, Finland in the Second World War is it's massively whitewashed. Because nobody wants to talk about the fact that they were in a very cozy relationship with the wrong side. Like, Finn, you know how people talk about how, like, after the Second World War, there are certain nations that really benefited from the PR kind of push that happened. You know, how there was a big push to make sure that people didn't think that Germans were animals that put people in concentration camps and murdered them. And how, you know, like, all of these different people were just nice, kind people, and how the real big threat was the Russians and how everything was wrong with them. Yeah, the Finnish government and the Finnish people really benefited from that as well. And a lot of the stories, especially during the Second World War, of basically what was agreed upon and what happened has just been completely whitewashed. And it just sucks. But yeah, don't worry, let's all chat about that one sniper that killed a bunch of Russians. Oh, God. There's no point of view of the Finnish pushing back the Germans later on. I wonder why. But yeah, I'll watch it when it becomes available over here. I just don't know if it is available over here. That's the thing. So the problem with a lot of these, like, yeah, it's on Apple TV, and it's not even on Apple TV. It's available to buy off Apple TV for $9. So I need an Apple TV subscription, and then I have to buy it. So yeah, it's a bit rough. The last Northern European film I watched was that Santa Claus one with all the naked Santa Clauses. And once again, Freeman made me watch that, and that was when I think our relationship started deteriorating. So then we have Storm Shield Gaming, maps with no cast but mines. No. Monuments Men is really good, yeah. Yeah, Naked Santa's Abbey. I can't remember what it was called. Does anybody remember it? It was a very dodgy film. Like, it was very odd. Why do we want, like... Why would you want mines? Like, what do people think mines are gonna do? Just in, like, in short terms. What do you think? I don't know. Freeman does not have questionable tastes. He's just a shithead. Big difference. Like, he is the classic archetype of the person who likes to watch people suffer and also likes watching trash. For God's sake, never show Freeman reality TV. He will just be engorged by it. Were they ridiculously over the top sexy Santas or dad bods? Definitely dad bods. Yeah, I'll find, yeah, it wasn't just a bunch of, like, 12-pack Santas wandering around. I'll find the thing. Rare Exports, A Christmas Tale. That's what it was called. It was from... Finland! Yay! Everybody loves that. There you go. Hey G Money, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing good today. But yeah, so... Yeah, it was called Rare Exports, A Christmas Trail. And yes, you do see full dick and balls. Hilarious. Too much talk about mines, bring back the Scout Heli discussion. Agreed. Everybody's completely forgotten helicopters exist, by the way. It's good. I'm feeling a little better, G-Money. Hopefully I can continue to improve, but we'll get there. Then we have Moose. Is your hanger broken? No. So this is called the DevBlog hanger. It's one that you can find on War Thunder Live. I'm using it right now because during the sales, it's the best thing to do, so I can kind of just show everything about the vehicle while going through. So now that the sale season is over, I think we've had our last sales. I'll go back to my standard hanger. But no, it's not broken. One of the problems I'm having, and I have no idea how to fix it, is I used to be able to use the green screen filter on the NVIDIA Ansel, so therefore I could get some good, like, kind of screenshots of planes and tanks and stuff and then put them in thumbnails. But for some reason it just doesn't work for me now, and I've tried everything. I've reset it. I've changed all of the settings. I moved everything around. I've updated my drivers. I've done everything, and I can't get it to work. It works on the dev server. It doesn't work on the live server. Got no idea why. It's one of the most infuriating things for me. So I just wish I could get it to work. AFD Artist, nice to see you, man. Hopefully you're doing good. Yeah, it'll be fun. Starting, I'm all good with like more helis and stuff. It's just interesting how pretty much all the conversations around helicopters have just died. So we have JK Tony. People don't rush into spawns, bruh, you're high. No, they rush into positions to overlook the spawns. Because it's actually detrimental for you to rush into a spawn now. Because you get spotted. And also people can just leave the moment that you rush into a spawn. So people who aren't playing properly rush into spawns. But if you actually want to get the most out of a battle and you actually want to play properly, what you do is you sit in positions which look over the lanes which come out of the spawns. That's why, like, for example, that industrial map that they added, that quarry map. So what you do is you sit right in the north near where the hill is, so then you can overlook all of the southern areas that the people can come out of. Or if you're going from the south, you sit in like the quarry area and you wait for people to move. You don't actually move in to the area because it's actually detrimental to you to do it. That's why I've said, like, you could set up mines again. You can set up mines in spawn points. You can set up like whatever you want. You could set up a Gatling gun. It wouldn't matter because once people like get annihilated by it, by once you get annihilated by it by once, then guess what happens? Like, people literally just would sit outside those areas, which is what they already do on most maps anyway. I feel like people just forget that, man. But yeah, do people rush into spawns? Yes. Is it the right thing to do? No. So what we need to work out is how to actually stop people doing the more efficient things to do, because those are the things that people will go to once they start engaging their brains. So then we have an autism joke. Seriously? What was this in reference to? We've talked about this previously when it comes to stuff, though. Everything should be treated equally. Nothing is above humor. It's good to actually laugh at pretty much everything in life. It will set you free at the end of the day. Oh shit, it's an A10. Dude. Let's see. What was this one about? People who are on this, or who are on specific spectrums in different areas, who need help but don't get any. That sounds like I was being serious. Because a lot of it is just a joke, because it's just people who are on this, or who are on specific spectrums in different areas, who need help but don't get any. Yeah, I don't think that's a joke. I think I'm being serious though. I honestly do believe there is a lot of people who, because of the way that the internet interacts with the world and how people interact with the internet, they believe that certain things are normal which are not normal. So when we have situations where people like run into those, then they don't seek the help that they need, and then they get further and further into holes, and that creates aggression, and that creates ridiculousness. Yeah, you can, Metty. You can ask whatever you want. Like, we've seen it a lot of the times in the War Thunder community. A lot of the, like, I know, like, I literally talked about it, like, weeks ago. As I've never mean to be disparaging when it comes to these things, and I think they're incredibly serious stuff, mainly because there are factors in my life which are affected by these things, and I take them super seriously. And since none of you guys know my personal life, and none of you guys know my relatives or siblings or anything like that, then you will have no idea what basis I'm basing anything off of. But let's just say it's fair to say there is stuff like that is around me, and I do take it very seriously. I also believe that humor is a great healer, and it is a good idea to have a joke and a giggle about things a lot, to just, have a bit of fun, normalize it a bit, and realize that, we're all in the same boat. And I do think that there is a lot of people who get their brain broken when it comes to the internet. People who would be standard functioning human beings, which would have what would be classed as standard average lives, get completely broken from interactions with people who are looking to do bad things to them because they are fundamentally broken in their lives. So we've seen it happen multiple times where you have people who are very average human beings. They spend a few years in environments which are incredibly negative to them. In the past, these environments would be seen as like drug dens, or they would be seen as like certain like university areas where maybe you just go out clubbing way too much, or maybe you just get addicted to specific things and everything kind of falls apart. Nowadays, what we're seeing is not generations of people, but a lot of people who are becoming shut-ins, and also instead of getting dopamine hits from literal drugs or literal like parties or anything like that, they get them from porn and they get them from the internet. So what that means is the balance of their life just disappears, and then they just become aggressive little shit. And I don't know how many times I've seen it. I've seen it thousands at this point, and I've had to deal with hundreds of the twats. And it just kind of is how it is. Like, I don't know how else to put it. Like, it just happens way too much for it to. It just happens way too much for it to just be a standard thing. Or sorry, for it to like not have like a link. I've seen it so much in War Thunder, man. Just think about how sad it is that every time something that's linked to a porn star turns up, there is a rabid set of guys, like whether it's on like the Reddit or whether it's somewhere else, who just are like, "Ooh, look at this," like, are you okay? Are you all right? Like, is everything okay? And yeah, I do honestly believe some people just need somebody to sit down and just be like, "Hey, how about we chat about how you're doing? You know? Describe your week. How much of the week did you chat to people in real life? Not at work, but like just down by the pub or, friends or relatives or family. How much did you do there? Not an email, maybe a phone call. How often? What are your general interactions looking like? How much time did you spend on social media this week? All of these things. Because I tell you what, there's a lot of these guys who scare the absolute living shit out of me that I've had to deal with over these years. Of course, Discord is considered as social media. It is media which is social. Like, a lot of the people that I've seen, I do worry about quite a lot when it comes to like how they interact in real life and how they get things done and how everything goes. And unfortunately, after knowing a lot of them for many years and seeing what they've said and what they talk about and also who they hang out with and how their whole life is just like online, they're broken human beings and they need to just sit down, and not even with like a therapist, because most therapists are completely worthless, but like just sit down and just think, shit, when did I like go for a walk? When did I disconnect? When did I like go meet new people? And skill jumper, nice to see you. Media is not social? Not usually, no. But yeah, I think it's super important, man. And I don't joke about these things because I see it in a lot of people and it makes me very worried. Like the amount of things that people are allowed to, well, not even allowed, but the amount of things that people joke about nowadays, and like in quite a serious way, like about like murdering people and like just going after people and all this shit. It's super odd, man. Like, I don't know. It's just weird. But yeah, it is a bit odd. So we have Lafouche. Totally great Christmas here. Good. I'm glad you had a good one, Lafouche. Hopefully you have a good New Year too. Overall, for me, it's been a good one as well. Hopefully we can continue to improve when it comes to the voice and then the lungs and everything, and then we'll be nice. So, looking forward to it. Should be good. And we have Stay Lifted Germany. I screwed up the second star for naval. It's a shame over the holidays. What the fuck? Family first and Christmas. No more events over Christmas, please. They can't do it in January because Orthodox Christian stuff is in January. Does anybody have anything in February? Could we have the Christmas or the winter event in February? Anybody against that? Is there anything we would be screwing up there? So what you're saying is the Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. I've told you many times, Juan. You should really read the manuscript. It is the ramblings of a madman, but even in some ramblings of a madman, you can find some truth. Valentine's Day? Are there enough twinks in the War Thunder community for that to work? Work? I mean, yeah, that is an issue. Have it in April? I mean, that sounds good. I don't know. We can have a rethink. Over the summer, yeah. We'll just have the summer and winter events stacked. Sounds good to me. Ooh. Skiing holidays? Ooh. That would be nice. I want to go skiing again. I used to love skiing. One day. It would be good. Just put all the events in one? Yeah, let's do it. Make it so you have to grind like 240k every 2 days. Let's go absolutely nuts. Have to eyes wired high with coffee. Go crazy. Do 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 do. Oh, there you go. All right, that's the last tech talk message. Long one again, but pretty good one. I was a little bit more aggressive this time, but I've also been ill, so sometimes I like to be a bit more punchy. Can't always just be standard, you know. Gotta put out a bit of venom every once in a while. It's important to relax and get out a bit of steam every once in a while. Did this guy just straight up miss the bloody base? Oh boy. But do you guys have any questions or anything? Before we shut up shop for the tech talks for the new year. We'll be continuing the tech talks as we have. as we go forward. So I think it's important to do. I think it's been very fun to do, actually. Looking forward to it. What's my thoughts on turkey egg roll? Well, I really like egg rolls, but I've never had turkey with it. I like turkey, though, so I'll probably like both. Why not? Sounds good to me. Medieval Dead Tech, exactly. If we can't be rude when we're dying, when can we be? In your role as Guardian Partner CC, what was your suggestion to War Thunder for 2024? I mean, I can give you. I didn't just have one. I made a whole video on it because I mean, fuck one. What do you mean? You're limiting me to one? No. We do a bunch. You want to hear my actual opinions? You get to hear my actual opinions. You know, like you're not limiting me to one suggestion. I've been here for too long for one bloody suggestion. But yeah, so I did a video on it, and also I passed along a bunch of the community ones too that people wanted passed on. But the ones that I brought up, so audio presets for naval, air, and ground, measurement presets for naval, air, and ground, priority system for modular repair, animated profile icons, profile avatars, World War II dozer blades, so vehicles of dozer blades, and then pages of history vehicles. So this flight model is so busted, man. They really need to have a think. So basically, if you complete all pages of histories in a year, you get something special. So it could be like a vehicle, it could be a decal or whatever. Doesn't have to be anything crazy. Then stock APF SDS for any vehicle with access to it, even limited. Prestige system for levels. Revamp Build-A-Bear. Make it so it's through the Warbond shop. Custom crew pilots and cockpits. Key modifications reduced in RP. Thunder Pass. So you basically buy a pass. Gives you a set of challenges. If you complete them, you get decals, cameras for vehicles. Mid-tier squadron vehicles. Community awards and collective achievements, atomic heart challenges spread to other events, squadron achievements, most played, most kills so forth, Hall of Champions for the squadron, World War II howitzer vehicles, ability to compare separate stats in War Thunder, unique voice lines per battle pass, and also breaks between content. So though that was like the basic thing that I didn't flesh out. Well, sorry, I did flesh out in the video, but like that was like the bullet points, basically. Did I tell him to fix the game? Should have done. Damn. Next year. When is the planned nuclear winter again? For me, I think it's 2026, but it obviously changes depending on the person, you know. What's your favorite era of turkey? Turkey sausages is a great era. You said that the in-game chat is one of the most useless things in-game, which is sad, because I do use it to tell my teammates about stuff that is around the corner. For me, for instance, only sometimes people notice my bragging. You are in the 0.00001% of humans, which will go to heaven. You should be very happy with yourself, Liberator. You are one of the only people in this game that uses the chat for its intended purpose. Well done. You get a hug. You like a more down to Texan, not a restless Canadian? Well, I'm just a Yorkshireman at the end of the day. And Yorkshiremen were born, or Texans and people like that were born from Yorkshiremen, so I'm just like a granddaddy Texan. Oh, Yorkshire man, my home and native land, which we didn't kill people for, probably apart from like 1,000 years ago. So we don't have to feel bad like the Canadians, and we don't have to apologize all the time. Oh, Yorkshire man. Who I would not sacrifice the gods and goddesses for a look behind you radio button in RRB. Ooh, that would be good. That's not a bad one. Open your eyes. If it was just that, like they already have the voice line. It's the one that you get for team kills. Open your eyes. Just do it like that. Chat is only for trolling smoke maniacs on your team. I always found it so funny, like when all that stuff was going down, when people were like, I can't believe they took away my chat. When am I gonna tell people that helicopters are coming? What am I gonna do? 89969791. Nice to see you. I'm feeling alright, man. We're getting better. It was a real struggle yesterday and the day before, but I'm definitely better than I was. So hopefully we can continue to improve. Hopefully we can continue to get better. I really need also clarification on something. Are these phantoms bots? Because this has happened multiple times. Where, like, these phantoms, they fly over the bases, but they don't drop anything. Because they're going too fast. Are they bots? They have to be, right? Because, like, I haven't been following them in because I thought they would hammer the bases, but every time I just follow them now and they just don't hit the bases. They just fly over them. Super weird. Eh. Well, as we said the other day, the Great Bot War is never over. Allegedly, Yorkshireman's motto: hear all, see all, say nothing, eat all, drink all, pay nothing, and if ever you do anything for nothing, always do it for yourself. That does sound about right. One thing I had to always be super careful of when it came to where we lived is there was a really weird, like, we lived in a village with like 100 people where there was like one of each thing, so there was like one doctor, one dentist, and all this stuff. It was very odd. But like there was a real weird culture of, oh well, if I've helped you out here, you've got to help me out over here, which is, you know, it's a fine culture to have. I think it's actually pretty positive to have. But the problem is, some of the fuckers would literally do things for you that they wouldn't tell you that they were doing them, and they would just do them basically so later on when they needed help with something, they had an excuse to be able to like be like, oh well, I helped you with this, didn't I? Like, it happened multiple times to me, like even as like a kid, when like they would like, I don't know, make me some like food for a dinner when like I could just, you know, make my own food, or, you know, just eat at home. And then like the next week it's like, well, I got all of these bags of cement, and yeah, I kind of need them moving, and you're strong and young and supple, so could you do it? And it's like, well, yeah, I suppose, but like, you know, could I get paid or something? Even just like something, well, I fed you last week, didn't I? Well, I suppose. Like, it was incredibly annoying. That A4's just in a mountain. That's pretty impressive. No, there's definitely been bots in there for a long time. They were incredibly prevalent over the last period. They went through different stages, but basically most of them bomb bases and then go to the enemy airfield. But it looks like now what they're doing is they're going over bases and then they're turning to like the middle of the map and then launching missiles and then just dying over and over again. But the problem is there's a lot of players who do that, so it's very odd. New players buy premiums and don't know they can't drop it over Mac. Do you think these guys are all new players? This guy's a level 100. Don't look like a new player. There's a 127% win rate. Fucking hell, man. New player, 51. I mean, pretty new. Still a lot of game time, though. 27. Lol. 82. 100. 100. 88. 100. Like, literally, there's only, like, one guy with, like, really low numbers. Oh, no, man. Seems weird. Right, I think this will be the end of the tech talk. It was a good one. We'll continue streaming afterwards. We're going to actually be playing a co-op game with Freeman tonight, which should be quite fun. But for now, on YouTube, I hope all of you guys have a good new year. Hopefully everything goes well. Hopefully you have a good, prosperous one. We're going to continue to do all this stuff going into the next year, so should be fun, and I'm looking forward to it all. So look after yourselves as always. Peace be with you, and bye-bye.